really spoiled up until this point because I had 2 screens, and now I have to fit everything on 1 screen.
Why?
That sucks.
And
That's
so
terrible.
now
That's a
I have
crime.
to have your faces and all the cool stuff online on the same.
Why? Why can't you use your
I'll
other
get through
screen too?
Because I'm using the webcam on the computer now. Hey!
I'm glad I already
Get it,
started
Mozart.
recording so that we could get that part.
Okay.
Oh, great. Start off with that.
Dance break.
Blooper reel.
So,
Okay,
question
are you-
for M. As
Yes.
the master of sound,
Yes.
how is the sound going to show up as far as everyone's audio showing up? Is it going to... Is there a way to make sure it takes a backseat when people are talking?
Yeah,
or...
so you're... So I plan on keeping it, like, really low. Everyone can change it themselves, and it's going to be whatever level it's at for you is what should come through on the recording.
Okay.
So that's up to you and everyone else. If some people want to, like, jam out, they can keep it...
It's just you just right-click on Greenbot, and there should be a volume level, and you can make that as high or as low as you want.
So if I push mute, is it muted for you guys, or is it just muted for me?
It's not muted for us, but it'll be muted on the recording.
Okay.
It'll be muted on the recording.
Okay, I'm trying to figure out how to turn the volume down.
Just right-click on the green
bot.
bot, like thumbnail.
Oh, there it
video
is.
Thing. Yeah, there you go.
Mm-hmm.
That's incredible.
I know, isn't
Also,
that great? That's my favorite part about Discord.
There was a soundboard here. Can we
Mm.
press buttons on it? Or
So
no?
there's a soundboard, and you could do a golf clap,
What is this?
a quack, air horn.
I'll do that.
Oh man.
Okay, thank goodness I can't hear
life
any
just
of
got cooler.
those.
Oh, the button.
With the crickets right after. That's good.
Instant
Oh,
disinspiration.
You can upload custom sounds.
I was gonna say, how about we all decide to not choose what ambient noise happens?
How many different toot sounds can we have on here?
No toot
How
sounds.
many different?
No toot
toots?
sounds.
So
No,
many.
Brooklyn,
Just a
especially
couple?
for you.
I don't know what that means.
Any sounds that break social decorum receive negative inspiration.
No burps. Can't put a burp
No
sound on
burps,
there
no
either.
toots, no.
Are you saying we can choose our difficulty?
Hey, don't bring me in on that. I'm here for the story.
To win.
I'm not here to get fucking murk by the
Okay.
GM.
I'm here for all of it.
Ooh.
Okay,
Little
and
sleepy.
M, is this set up in a way where I can ask you for a certain vibe and you'll be able to play that for me, or is it kind of just running?
I have I didn't get to make like a whole bunch of different playlists because I already have like 13 of them, but still didn't cover a lot of things. But I can kind of like I've got like balls, and I can do like village, and I got some like ambient sounds.
Balls and nuts.
And combat,
Oh,
and
okay.
like things like that.
Okay.
So if you say combat, I go, I got you.
We've got some Regency combat vibe.
Oh yeah, we do.
Okay, great.
I was all excited. And this is it. This is the combat music.
Tell
Yes.
me when you were ready for the recap.
Okay.
Combat.
Because I've got music for
Is
it.
everyone ready?
As ready
Yep.
as I'm ever gonna be.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. We are gonna get into the recap. Welcome to Shadows and BloodTies, a Regencia story. Chapter 3. So, last session, our own Eleanor Sterling received a letter from her secretary of mining operations, Owen, who said, per your letter asking me to problem solve all these things and get you information, I have done what you requested, and I received a very quick letter back from the Frost family, who are to the northeast of us in the upper reaches of Regencia. The Frosts not only desired to come to the Sterling family's aid to provide them with a new ship as one of the 3 mining transportation ships that the Sterling family uses to get back and forth from the mainland to their mining island was battered and ruined beyond immediate repair in the hurricane. So the Frost family says, hey, we have one of our ice harvesting ships that we will sell the Sterling family at an incredible and suspiciously low price. And in fact, not only will we assume that this is going to be in favorable to you, but we will send a ship that is already nearby going along the coast. We'll send that one on your way, and we will head on down so that we can make a formal passing off of this ship. So Eleanor decides to host a formal ribbon cutting celebration for this new business deal. The whole Sterling family takes a 45-minute... Someone just died or something. Decides to take a 45-minute carriage ride to the coast and have this ribbon cutting ceremony on the beach where the docks are for these ships. And the new Frost and now new Sterling family ship is there. Eleanor makes a very eloquent speech, and they have a nice ribbon cutting, and everyone is kind of chatting away. Nicholas has some conversation with his mother, kind of forcing her to... He has some very direct questions that she is not used to have coming from him. Dominic finds Dove hiding under a table and has a conversation with her and desires her to take a walk with him. Dove is currently bonneted and trying to be as much in disguise as possible while still being a normal servant, and is avoiding being noticed, basically, by anyone at this point. Eleanor is talking to people, making pleasantries, and Oliver, Uncle Oliver, has spoken to Lord Frost. Lord Frost says, I would like to speak to one of your ladies' maids, the red-headed one. And Oliver's like, okay, interesting, but that's fine. I will go find her. But he goes and tells Eleanor first. Meanwhile, Lady Frost and Dominic are on the pier, or the dock, that the new ship is anchored next to, and they're having a conversation. Dove is told by Lady Frost to go and get her a drink and come back. Dove, who gets the feeling that things are coming to a head, decides to pass off this responsibility to Glenn Bottom, Lady Maeve, Eleanor's mother's lady's maid, who is like, okay, sure. And she gets a couple different drinks because she's not sure what Lady Frost was wanting, and heads over to the dock to give Lady Frost her drink, while Dove climbs the rocky hillside to go and take shelter in the carriages. As a cold burst of wind cuts across the crowd and the canopy and the strung lights and the festive ribbons, however, Glenn, as she reaches Lady Frost, seems to trip on the air itself and is almost flung somehow into a frothing bit of water. And before I get into the description, welcoming us into this third session, does anybody have anything else they wanted to add for the recap? Yes, Oliver.
Not so much add for the recap, but are we joining a session in World Anvil?
Thank you. Yes, we are.
Sorry.
Yes, we are. Thank you for that.
Here's where you can pull the I just moved card, right here.
Yeah,
I
right
just
here.
moved.
This is the one.
I'm gonna have to pull it probably a few times. I don't know if this is what I want to pull it for, but... Also, supposedly my new internet of this place that we live in is good, so we'll see. Okay, that has started. Everyone can enter the session.
Session entered.
There we go.
Wait, how do I do it? Oh, yeah.
What's on my mind?
Oh, it locked me out all of a sudden. Okay, sorry.
Okay, enter session.
Okay, as a reminder, we have Glenn, who I just posted. We have Dove. We've got Lady Frost and Dominic over there on the dock. Can everyone see those? Just making sure it's working.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
My computer's
Okay.
been slow. I'm getting there.
Anybody else have anything to add for the recap, or anything to help me not get stuff? Like the handouts. No, we're good?
I think we're good.
Okay. I've got a bit of an intro. We already know that something came out of the water, okay? But this is our little TV series little recap moment before this happens, okay? The night air hangs thick with anticipation as the ribbon-cutting ceremony reached its zenith. Lanterns strung along the docks cast a warm, flickering glow over the assembled guests, their reflections dancing on the surface of the brackish water. The waves rhythmically lapped against the wooden piers. The docks themselves are a sprawling network of weathered wood and stone stretching out into the cold, dark waters of the western coast. The night is clear but carried a salty tang of the sea, mingling with the scent of damp earth and fish. In the distance, the rugged cliffs and rolling hills of the mainland loom, silhouetted against the starlit sky. Fishing boats and the larger mining vessels sway gently with the tide, their ropes creaking and half-masts swaying. The new ship from House Frost, freshly adorned with sterling family banners, stood prominently at the center of the docks, its pristine hull gleaming under the lantern light. The water around it, however, had taken on an odd quality, darkening and swirling as if churned by sinister magic. Nearby, crates and barrels are stacked haphazardly, remnants of the day's work left behind in the rush to attend the ceremony. The wooden planks of the docks are slick with sea spray and algae, making footing treacherous. The occasional seabird cries out, their calls eerie and forlorn in the sudden stillness that follows applause. Suddenly, a chilling breeze sweeps through the crowd, carrying with it the faint, otherworldly melody of an unseen song. The waters... That's the otherworldly... Whatever that screeching...
What timing? What timing?
Is it you, Ryan?
It might be my chair.
Maybe. You're the only one that doesn't seem horrified by the sound that we all heard.
It might be my chair then, sorry.
No, that's okay.
It was timely perfect too about the sounds.
Sorry I ruined it, but yeah, it was perfectly timed. The waters near the newly christened ship begin to churn, bubbles rising ominously to the surface. Those standing closest to the edge peer into the depths, their curiosity swiftly giving way to terror. With a violent splash, a nightmarish fusion of beauty and horror erupts from the water. A creature whose body was that of a magnificent horse, its sleek, muscular form covered in a glistening seaweed-like mane that clings to its neck and flanks. Its coat is a sickly, iridescent black, shimmering with hues of green and blue under the lantern light, as if the sea itself had granted it an otherworldly armor. The eyes, however, are the most disturbing feature. They are an unnatural glowing green, filled with a cold predatory intelligence that belies its equine form. From its maw, large broken teeth jut out, dripping with freezing water. Its hooves, too, are not the solid appendages of a normal horse, but end in webbed, claw-like extremities, perfect for dragging prey into the watery abyss. As the creature's song grows louder, more hypnotic, several guests begin to step forward, their faces slack and eyes glazed, drawn irresistibly toward it. It rears up, letting out a bone-chilling scream that echoes across the docks. The air grows colder, the warmth of the lantern seeming to dim in the presence of such a beast. As the guests recoil in horror, the once festive atmosphere dissolves into chaos. The serene coastal setting transforms into a scene of panic and desperation, the night air now filled with the sounds of splintering wood, frantic shouts, and the haunting melody of the creature's song. Please roll me initiative. And you may check the handout screen to see this nightmarish horror.
Who's the guy?
Hey.
Let's go.
No, I'm
22.
kidding.
Don't be that guy.
Yeah, don't be that
Hey.
guy.
Yeah, don't be that guy. Jeez.
14.
Ooh, a horse with sharp teeth. I didn't know that would be so terrible.
Don't like that.
Not a magnificent fan.
Okay.
This guy's trying to word it out. It's fishing. Sorry.
Dominic, you got a 22?
Yep.
Great. That showed up on my initiative tracker on World Anvil. I mean, on D&D Beyond. That was great. What did... Oliver, what did you get?
I got an 8.
An 8. Nicholas.
2.
2. Dove.
22.
Oh, a 22. Okay. Dove.
Much better. 12.
Well. Okay. Okay. Dominic, you get to react first. What would you like to do?
So I see Ellen like just could like right?
Glenn?
Or
Glenn?
Glenn?
oh Glenn.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you see
Glenn.
Glenn. She's kind of like 15 feet in down the dock from you as you see her walking up with a tray, and she's got a teacup on it and like a wine glass, and then you see her like trip, but as she trips, she gets like almost like kind of blown sideways off the dock into the frothing water, and then you see a couple feet away from her this horrific seahorse rise out of the water.
Okay. Let's see. I look back at Lady Frost and say, "Get to safety," and I immediately reach out for my arcane pistol, and I immediately take aim. I take a deep breath in, and then it's almost as if everything begins to move a little bit slower. And let's see if my aim is true at all.
Okay.
All right. And I'm gonna try to take a shot at him.
Okay.
That's a dirty 20.
20, 1 second.
Could you imagine he says no? Doesn't hit. I'd cry, I'd run.
Dirty 20 should hit.
Okay.
Yep, it hits.
And perfect. And
really,
that's gonna do.
really quick, Ryan. There's some like ambient noise, something happening.
Oh, sorry, I'll work on that.
There's just you're
Just other people living in the house.
Gosh, other people living.
Yeah, pretty considerate. No, I'm just joking. I'll work on it. Give me a minute.
Sorry, just
Keep going. I'll work on it.
Thanks. Okay. Okay.
Um,
Dominic, what were you saying?
So yeah, I do 9 damage, and let's see, and then I immediately just dive into the water, just try to save Glenn.
And what were you doing? What weapon were you using?
My arcane pistol. It's radiant damage.
Cool. Can you describe to us what that looks like when you use it?
Yeah. So from whoever can see, Dominic grabs with his left hand, the much tanner hand, than like the rest of his body, and basically he pulls the lock, and then essentially what you see is like his fingernails begin to kind of like glow, and then there's like that kind of sound that pops out, and you can see like a little bit of steam just kind of flowing, but the steam is not emanating from the gun itself, but in actuality it's the surrounding air, from what it looks like, that is like forming steam. And the light from his fingernails begin to flow into the gun, and you see this orb of just pure light just begin to appear in front of the gun, and it just fires a beam of radiant energy.
Cool. Let's see. The beast, as the radiant energy hits it, you see the light reflected off of its eyes, almost like these deep sea eyes, and it just screams at you as it turns your way. And then you said you dive into the water, yes?
Yes, to try to, yeah, basically, yeah. I tell Lady Frost to get to safety, and I just dive in, and just try to swim closer to her, as close to her as possible, and because she's getting pulled in, right?
She's not currently being pulled by the beast, but she kind of disappeared into the froth for a minute. So
Okay, then
within
I'll
like
go
the
into the
10
froth.
second, yeah. Roll me an investigation check to see if you can see Glenn
Okay, let's see.
in the dark water.
Investigate. Okay. Skills, investigation. I'm going to use let's see, 17, and then I'm also going to use an ability just in case. It's I'm gonna use one of my superiority dice to use tactical assessment, which lets me roll one of my superiority dice and add it to my roll. So that's gonna be another D8. So in total, 17 plus 6, 23.
Great. Yeah, that's important to get a good roll for. So you see a bit, it's hard to tell in the dark water, but because you rolled so high, Glenn kind of keeps she likes dark green, this like foresty, mossy green dress. You see a bit of the fabric kind of roiling in the frothing water, and you can't tell what part of her body that dress is from, but you do see it kind of before it gets it sinks below the froth. So you move towards her there. Okay, anything else?
Yeah, I would like to action dash toward her.
Okay.
Yeah, would I be able to get her to her in time?
Can
I
you
mean, no, not action dash. Sorry. Action surge and then action dash.
action surge gives you what does that give you again?
Action surge just gives me another action.
Cool. So
yeah,
you
I can only use it
that
once.
extra action to do an extra movement, right? Is that what you're trying to do?
Yep, I'll dash. Yeah, and just try to get it much, much closer.
Cool. I will say that you reach the spot where she fell in, and you kind of just take a deep breath and you dive under the surface. And your fingers feel around and you just are able to grab a piece of something that doesn't feel like seaweed.
Okay.
Great.
And yeah, I think that's it for my turn.
Great.
For now,
Okay,
yep.
Nicholas, you are up. Well, first, Lady Frost, she kind of gives a small scream and she lifts up the front of her skirts and she turns around and dashes back down the dock. And when she hears the splash of you diving in, she turns around and kind of just gapes at the water and at the monster and seeing you dive into the water. And then she turns around and continues towards the safety of the beach. Nicholas.
All right. Nicholas was standing next to Emily. Does Emily look like she's brainwashed by this thing's song or charmed by it?
Because Emily is a bit stoic anyways, roll me an insight check.
All right.
She kind of has a pretty girl RBF face anyways, so
17 for an insight.
You kind of like say her name real quick and she doesn't give you any response.
All right. So Nicholas will
temporarily caught by the melody of the beast.
So Nicholas will like step in front of her and put his his arm out to stop her if she moves. But he's going to cast. He's going to cast Firebolt at it. And let's see if we can actually hit.
Okay, I know you guys. I know I don't have like a super great visual map, but let me show you how far you are probably. I just put the map on the handout screen.
Cool.
The new ship is anchored on the right side, so the south side of the biggest dock, the thickest dock there on that map. Nicholas, you are probably near the rocks, but near the rocks kind of between the two smaller docks down south of the big one. So you're about 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35 to 40 feet away. Just kind of giving you a visual there.
Appreciate that. And he's going to cast Firebolt with a 17 to hit.
17 hits. Let's see here. One sec.
Take your time, friend.
Okay. How much damage?
So, 8 points of cold damage.
Cold damage. Oh, right.
So,
What?
right.
So the camera would see Nicholas kind of put himself between Emily and the monster, and he remembers his lessons with Davenor, and he's like, "Fire, please, just fire." And as he casts it, the temperature begins to drop around him. He can see his breath, and a arrow of ice slams into the horse.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how much was that? 6 you said, or 8?
8.
Okay, you notice, because you're the one that cast the magic, that it hits the horse, but it like kind of encrusts on its neck some ice, and it kind of just whips its muscular neck and shatters the ice, and it only takes half of that damage.
Gotcha.
Okay, anything else?
And nope, I don't have anything else.
Okay. Eleanor, you are next.
Okay, how far am I?
Let's see. You and Oliver were speaking. I think you guys were a straight shot down that main dock. Thank you, dock.
Uh-huh.
Towards the rocks more. So 5, 10, about 15 feet away from the edge of that dock. So 15, 20, 25, 30, about 40 feet, 45 feet from... About the same as Nicholas, honestly. Just because you guys are triangulated with the beast.
Okay, so like 45 feet from the beastie.
Right.
Perfect. Okay. Gonna kind of, I'll run forward like 10 feet. And kind of just like with a wave of my hands, I'm going to cast Catapult. So I will take a stone from the shore and send it careening towards this creature. It has to make a dexterity saving throw.
Cool.
Let's hope it's bad.
A discus
Take
throw.
this. Yeah. Full marble statue, discus throw.
Yeah. Okay, a dex saving throw, you said?
Come on. Come on, guys. Good vibes.
It got a 12.
Let's go!
Ooh.
Okay, so it hits. That's 3d8 for
Wow.
14 bludgeoning damage.
Wow.
Nice job.
Fancy.
14,
Yeah, and I'll
you
kind of
said,
like,
right?
yeah. I'll kind of, I want to keep some distance between me and it. So I'll, 45 feet away, I'll kind of run forward 5 feet, cast my spell and kind of keep my momentum going for another 10 feet. So I would have moved 15 feet altogether closer to it, 30 feet away.
Cool. So let's say you're right there at the edge of the dock. The larger dock.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see. Let's see. Okay, Dove, you are next.
Okay, about how far am I from it?
Dove, you are, if that was 45, 50, 55, about 60 feet. Because
I'm 60 feet away from it.
You are up the rocky embankment on that map. You were climbing up to get to the carriages.
Okay, if I'm about 60 feet away, so Dove sees this happen and sees things going down right now, and she has a moment where she's like, this is the perfect distraction. I could up and leave. And then she thinks about how she should have been down there, and she sent Glenn. And Glenn is, one of the best of us, and so she takes a deep breath and she runs down the hill. Are the rocks? I shouldn't even ask this. Are the rocks difficult terrain?
Please roll me an acrobatics check to run down the pebbly hillside.
$11. That was almost a nat 20. Almost.
I'm gonna say that you don't trip, but you definitely slide on your butt a couple times, and you get up, and then you kind of slip, and you slide down on your butt a couple times.
So, okay, does that lessen my, distance at all?
Nope. In fact, it even gets you 5 feet closer.
Oh, okay. All right. So I'm gonna run, and then I'm gonna use I think I'm gonna use cunning action to dash as my bonus action. And I'm so sorry. Remind me exactly, what am I seeing as I'm running towards it?
So as you're running towards it, and if you guys are looking at that map, the new ship is anchored or moored right on the south side of that largest dock. The beast's head and front appendages are coming out of the water about 10 feet or 2 squares, 15 feet in from the tip of the dock that's out in the water. So it's the ship farthest away from you, then the beast, frothing water around it. Lady Frost is running down the dock. We've got Eleanor at the edge of the dock. You're just about to come upon Oliver Sterling, who is at the base of the rocky hillside. And of course there's tents and ribbons and banners and lanterns and people all over the beach.
And where are Dominic and Glenn under the water?
So if you're on the south side of that dock and we start at the bottom of the dock, it's 5, 10, 15, 20, and then one down to the right. So about 20 feet
Okay.
in from the end base of the dock. They're right about there in the frothing water.
What I think I want to do is I want to use my dash action to get me into the water. And on the way, I want to throw a dagger at the Kelpie.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you going into the water from the beach or onto the deck and then into the water?
In the water from the beach. Like, I'm walking into the water, essentially.
Okay.
Um,
Do you throw the dagger pre-water or post getting in the water?
but before the water.
Okay. Roll your attack.
Okay. And this is just the normal dagger that I have in my pocket. Gosh, I got a nat 1.
You can re-roll.
Oh, I can, because I'm lucky. Okay. Okay. Thank you so much. I got an 18 plus 5, 23.
Let's go, baby! Yeah. I got you. I got
was
you.
So
What does
excited
that
about
look
that nat
like?
1 for a hot second.
Oh, man. I know you. I could feel it. Okay,
Not because
and then...
I'm not on y'all's team. Just a DM's excitement, you know.
Yeah. Is anybody within 5 feet of the Kelpie? Within, like, melee range of the Kelpie?
Dominic is.
So I get...
Sneak attack.
Sneak attack.
You do.
Yes.
Okay.
Hey,
Sneak
good, because the dagger didn't do great there. Okay, yes. So that's 4, and then the sneak attack damage was 9. So that's 13 total.
Nice.
And what kind of damage is this?
This is piercing, right? Yes, piercing damage.
Okay. 13 total, you said?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Great.
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's it for my turn right now.
Okay, your dagger flashes in the light of the lanterns as it soars over the rolling waves of dark water, and you just see it kind of disappear into the Kelpie's seaweed-like mane. And you see it kind of flick its neck like it got stung by a wasp or something. It just kind of screams a little bit. Oliver, you are next.
All right. So the kids are doing real great. Yeah, they're all uniting, and I love to see it. I'm so proud of them all. I think like there's definitely, maybe that's why his initiative is a little short. There was like a sort of, I gotta say, I almost imagine with Oliver it's less of like a, oh no, a Kelpie, like, oh cool, a Kelpie.
Yeah.
He's like an adulterer, right?
You're
but
like,
he
I've
takes
not
a
gotten
moment.
to see a Kelpie yet. This is great.
It's like, I haven't seen this one. But I think he is worldly and battle worn enough that he doesn't completely just like lose focus on what's necessarily important. What's the crowd doing? What is everybody? What's going on with the people? Especially the older Frost members.
So, roll me a perception check, please.
All right. It's not that good. It's 8.
8. There's pandemonium. People are running. Servants are screaming. Also, I remember you had a certain specific beautiful outfit on that was distracting people. Could you tell me what that distraction causes? Does that cause disadvantage or?
Oh yes. Yeah. Give me a second. I will tell you. It's where there you are. Anyone within 100 feet of me has disadvantage on perception investigation checks. And if they fail their check, they're looking at me instead.
So people are like running
Including
and
us?
screaming, and they're looking
Apparently.
at the beast, and then they're like looking at you, and people are coming up to you to try to like be like, a maid says, "Save us!" And then someone else says, "We must get somewhere safe." They're so worried about you.
I think I'm going to let me know if this is too much. I think I'm going to do two things. I think these people, these servants who've crowded around me, I want to try and muster their courage to help guide people to safety. I want to look at them. I'll put my hands on like the shoulders of two of them, and I'll say, "Listen, what's most important now is that we get everyone to safety. Can you do this for me? Can you be brave in this moment for me and for all?" And can I make a persuasion check?
Yes, you can.
Let's go.
Go do that with
That's going to
advantage,
be-
since you're just so beautiful today. Wow, everyone's just so in
Thanks,
awe.
DM. Thanks, DM. That's going to be a 21, but there's no better time to use it. I can use my bracelet of flattery to give me a +10 to the roll. I'll take 31 instead.
Okay,
Wow.
everyone
Let's go,
within
baby. Let's
30
go.
feet of you is suddenly like, "For the king!" Like like they're just like, "Lord
Yeah.
Oliver will lead
Incredible.
us to safety!" And like a whole little crowd around you just starts moving up the embankment towards the carriages.
All right. Is there anybody left who is not going to safety right now?
For sure.
Okay. I'm going to
The
go...
problem is there was ship workers, ship
Yeah.
people that are employed
Yeah.
by both the Frosts and the Sterlings who are on the ships, and they watched the ceremony and were kind of celebrating on the ships themselves. So the ships are decked out, and they've not really left the ships yet. And then there's servants farther down the beach, down the south side of that map, that was mostly where the Frost family is, and so lots of the servants of their crew are kind of still trying to figure out what to do. There's some
Okay.
people that are just
I'm-
starting to walk into the water.
Oh, fuck. Yeah, I'll go for them. I'm going to go for the most high-risk people, which I assume is those folks who are walking into the water. I want to go to the, like, most densely packed, high-danger area of civilians. I'm gonna walk towards them, and once I'm within... how close is it? Once I'm within... that's one special rest. Presence doesn't actually cause each creature to keep originating from you. Oh, I want to get right in the middle of them. So I'm going to run right into the middle of these high-risk people. And I'm going to sort of reiterate what I said, but I think it'll be a little bit more dramatic. He's going to use Fey Presence in this moment to try and charm everyone there away from the other charm. So I run into the middle there. I spam from myself Fey Presence. They all need to make... Anyone within a 10-foot cube radius of me needs to make a wisdom saving throw. And I'll say, "In the name of the goddesses and the queen and all the royals, you need to get to safety."
And what do they have to pass?
They have to pass a DC 14 wisdom saving throw.
Okay, none of them passed.
Damn right. So I would...
I
So
see
could
your
choose either-
charm.
So I would either like to... I can either charm or frighten them. I will charm them because I don't want to scare them. They're old friends. So I'll charm them so that they listen to me and they go away. And they leave. They don't go to danger.
Okay, there are 5 people that were wading into the water that kind of... And they start trying to, like, wade back out of the water quickly, but they also are, like, suddenly aware of what is not far from them in the water, and they start screaming, and one of them falls and trips.
Okay. Well, they're on the way out, which is great. So that was my action, was the Fey Presence. The last thing I'll do is look at the kids who are working hard out there. I think I'm honestly, like, I have confidence in Eleanor and Dominic and Nicholas's abilities. I'm most worried about Dove because of Lord Frost. That has got me in the moment. So I see
and
Dove
you
running.
just see Dove starting to wade into the water like all the people were.
Okay, I'm going to give Dove a bardic inspiration, and I'm going to say, Dove Broadhall, how Sterling needs your help. And grant her a bardic inspiration. That's a d6 to your to whatever for the next 10 minutes. Your next attack roll, saving throw, ability check, whatever you want. For the next 10 minutes, you can use that.
Does anything happen when Oliver gives an inspiration? What does that look like in-game?
I'd like to imagine that the bardic inspiration itself is just like... that's just what it is. It's just inspiration. I don't even imagine it's like that magical. It's just like the power of words, and I know how to inspire a person. I think it's the Fae presence that has a lot more aesthetic to it. I think there's, as he speaks, his voice sort of almost as like limerick and booms on the wind, and maybe there's even like a slight sort of whipping of like prismatic color that's barely perceivable, and you might think it's a trick of your eye more than an actual magic.
So it's just inspiring. It's emboldening.
I think the bardic inspiration, I think he knows people well enough that he knows how to embolden them and inspire them forth.
Okay. Great. Next up is the Kelpie.
No.
It gets a turn? Why does it get a turn?
No.
Why does the Kelpie get a turn?
Oh, yeah. The patriarchy.
The patriarch.
Protecting everything.
Okay.
Can't escape it.
As the
The fact that it has a
Kelpie,
turn is offensive.
as the Kelpie gets hit with a couple of these things that the Sterlings have thrown at it, it seems enraged, and a lady that was just outside of Lord Oliver's persuasive reach had been walking along the dock instead of in the water, and she's a young woman. She has a maid's dress on. Entranced by the Kelpie song, she steps off of the dock and into the creature's waiting maw. It rears up its horse-like head, splitting a grotesque toothy grin, and with a sickening crunch, it bites down and severs her body in two.
I would like to rewind that. I have a reaction. I have a skill called Interception.
You are currently under the water.
Correct.
Okay, I got one. Silvery. Go ahead. Sorry.
What were you saying?
I'm within 5 feet of the Kelpie and the dress, right? I have a skill. It's called Interception. So whenever someone within 5 feet of me takes damage, I can reduce that damage by 10.
Okay. Her body is not quite bitten in two. It's just bitten in mostly two. This is not the servant
It
you're trying
spared
to
her
save.
spleen.
This is not Glenn. This is a different servant.
Oh, okay.
So.
Well, I'm going to try and help the
Oh.
servant. I assume the bite is an attack roll, yes?
It is.
I want to use silvery barbs on it.
Is this a
Silvery
reaction?
barbs.
This is a reaction spell.
Okay.
It allows me to impose disadvantage on his attack roll.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, since it's not
Or essentially, it needs to
Glenn,
roll one more time and take that instead.
I would rather say Glenn.
Okay. Okay.
Wow.
Never mind, she can get eaten.
It still hits.
All right. Well,
Sorry.
that's too bad. I'm going to
Got a
provide.
17.
So awesome. So as part of this, I'm allowed to give someone else advantage on their next attack roll, ability check, and saving throw. I'll give it to Dove again. She has advantage on her next
Yeah,
attack roll,
Dove.
ability check, or saving throw.
Okay.
All right.
Get that sneak attack.
Yeah, there you go. Free sneak
As
attack.
you try to, as Dominic tries to like, oh, I'm gonna save this other servant, but no, I've got to pull Glenn up from where she's sinking, and then Oliver throws the silvery barbs, but it doesn't seem to work. The water churns violently and stains red as the frothing just bubbles red around the Kelpie as pieces of this poor young woman's body are pulled beneath the waves.
Could Nicholas use a reaction to cover Emily's eyes?
Sure.
Just kind of like, don't look, and Nicholas hides his eyes.
He's hiding both
Let's
of the eyes.
say.
Let's see here. Let's see. It's now going to the Kelpie then. As you guys see this body get just kind of like violently pulled under the waves and all this blood come up. Suddenly, the Kelpie comes out of the water. It's got blood and bits of flesh stuck in its teeth, and it rolls its head like a charging steed and dips down twice in the waves and then slams itself against the new ship's side. The force of this impact sends several guests sprawling across the deck. One unfortunate man is thrown overboard, only to be caught between the ship's hull and dock as the Kelpie slams it again, and his bones crack audibly between the hull of the ship and this wooden dock as his scream is cut short with a gurgling choke as he is crushed and leaves simply a grisly smear on the dockside as his body, his crushed body kind of just slips into the water. Okay, it is Aunt Alice is going to take a turn.
Come on, sister.
Kill Aunt Alice.
Alice.
Whoa.
I'll light myself on fire if anything happens to Alice.
That's fair.
Alice. Let's see here. She pulls out her what is it called? She pulls out her... She has a very fancy and gilt, beautiful wood, almost like an olive wood that's so polished that it has like a shine to it. This lyre. And she kind of pulls it out, twists it, puts it together, just kind of calmly. And then she tucks it under her arm and does like a da-na-na-na, strumming on it as she just floats into the air, flies across the water, and lands on the top of one of the masts of the ship. And
I thought of that.
And she starts strumming this lyre, and her shawl gets whipped off of her in the wind and gets taken off into the sea, and she just has her eyes closed and she's just strumming this lyre as kind of sparkly dark magic starts to just kind of coalesce by her fingertips. And that's what she is doing right now. The Countess Sterling. The Countess Sterling is going to... she doesn't have that. Let's see, what does she do? She tries to... She casts, suddenly the Countess Sterling runs up to the beach edge, and she kind of just goes like this with her hands, and another, like almost like a kraken, a giant squid-like shape appears out of the air next to the Kelpie on the south side, and raises these long tentacles and screams its own kind of gurgling noise. And her eyes are closed as well, and you see her just kind of like she's almost molding an image in the air.
Okay.
As this is happening, both Crystal and Latham Frost move in tandem in a very anime-like style. They both kind of throw their arms back and they run in unison, and they're holding hands, and they jump over the first wave on the beach, and a nice, like, little just ice surfboard forms beneath them, and they land on this ice platform, and they both kick out the arm that's not holding each other's hands, and the ice platform just kind of takes off like a little boat towards the creature.
Oh.
God damn, man.
Nicholas,
Man, why is everyone
Everyone's got
cooler
magic.
than
as
us?
soon as he gets older.
I said, why is everyone cooler than us?
Seriously.
It is Dominic's turn again. Dominic.
Okay. I want to get Glenn to the surface.
Okay.
Yeah, Dominic's just gonna, hold on tight to the dress, pull the dress close to him, and then just try to get to the surface.
Okay, please roll me an athletics check.
Ooh. Okay. Ten.
10. Okay, you managed to... you can tell that you stop her from sinking, but she has, like, a dress on, she's got a petticoat, she's got, her corset, everything. You've got all of your heavy gear on. You are not able to pull her up out of the water. You are just keeping you both in the waves, because you're kind of so close to the shore. The current's pulling you back and forth. You are just keeping you both from sinking further.
Okay. This might sound a little crazy, but
I love crazy.
How many charges would it take for me to propel myself with my arcane pistol if I point it downwards? Would it be possible?
Wait,
Physics of that are not great for you.
Energy blast pistol, right?
I'm sorry?
This is the pistol that shoots energy, right?
Yeah.
How many charges a day do you get?
I get a lot of charges, actually. Like 20. I already used one, so I have 19 left.
You have never tried this, but I would say if you use all of the charges that are left, you think that it will have a normally catastrophic effect, hopefully a helpful effect, if you just pick out all this energy from your pistol.
Okay. Yeah, let's save Glenn.
Okay.
Risk it for the biscuit.
Am I under the water, like where he can see me at all, seeing that I'm like coming to help, or is it there too much going on?
Yeah, not yet. You're still walking in. So, Dominic, you point your pistol down as you feel like you and Glenn together are just too heavy, and you turn a little dial on your hand pistol, and your fingertips grow hot because they glow so brightly, and the air starts steaming and the water froths around your gun, and it suddenly emits a bright light. And then even underwater, you just feel this kind of explosion of sonic energy as you kick all 19 charges that are left down into the rocky bed of the sea. And it propels you, we'll say, 10 feet up, which actually kicks you 5 feet out of the water and gets Glenn to the surface of the water. Please roll me. We will do. Roll me a percentile die roll, and then also roll me a. Yeah, let's do that first to see how your gun handles this override.
Okay. So percentile, so out of 100. 98.
Great. You're like, I think it's fine. And you kind of just do this little dolphin arc out of the water. Please roll me a dexterity saving throw to see if you hold on to Glenn as you get pushed out of the water.
Okay, dexterity saving throw. Let's see.
Or I guess it could be a strength saving throw since it's like a grip.
Can I use either or?
Yeah, you can use either.
Or strength? Either? Okay. Let's do this. Oh. That's new. Okay. Oh, that's a 6.
Okay, so you lose grip on Glenn, but she does make it splashing and coughing to the surface of the water enough where other people nearby will be able to see that there is a living humanoid in the water that needs help. And you do this little dolphin arc as this light sonic explosion happens underwater by you guys. And Dove and Oliver and different people can see Dominic just get thrown out of the water and splash back in about 5 feet away. Okay, Nicholas.
Sick. Cool. That was awesome.
Okay. So Nicholas begins to panic a little bit because that spell was definitely supposed to be fire, and it wasn't fire. And then he remembers Davenor taught him a trick: how to manipulate the energies of your spells. So he's gonna think back to his nature tutor and remember that electricity cuts through water. And he's going to cast Scorching Ray, but spend a sorcerer point. What's it called? Sorcery point to change the energy from fire to electricity.
Smart.
He's not as dumb as everyone thinks he is.
No one watching thinks he's dumb.
Just the rest of the world. So that's a 16 on the first ray. That's probably going to miss with an 11 on the second. And then a 22 on the third.
Okay, the first and third hit.
Alright. Not bad. 12. 18 points of electricity or lightning damage.
Wow.
As Nicholas kind of conjures this pistol that looks remarkably similar to his brother's and fires 2 lightning bullets out of it.
Okay. Oh, that's where the damage comes from, is the pistol?
Well, it's how he pictures his spell in his head.
Okay. Great. Okay, Eleanor, you are next.
Okay, if it's not Baroque, don't fix it. It would have been funnier if a Baroque song was playing on this playlist, which
Right
there
as the
are.
music stops.
That's good.
So yeah, I'm just gonna cast Catapult again. Gotta risk it to get the biscuit. We'll do a level 2. So Dexterity saving throw.
Dexterity saving throw. With my itty bitty dice.
Living space.
17.
Living space.
Boo! Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. Silvery barbs.
Hey,
Okay.
I taught him that.
Does the catapult
Yeah, boy!
Does the catapult do anything on a save?
No.
Okay, so it goes past, but then Nicholas does a silvery barbs, which, what does that look like, Nicholas?
So, a little bit of the water forms around the horse's hind legs and form this ice chain and kind of pull down.
It doesn't have hind legs at the moment, but it can form it around a tail or the front legs.
Makes it less dexterous.
That works.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
What does it take? Or what do I have to do for that?
It's disadvantage on the save. So roll and take the lower of the 2.
For mine.
Okay, this time it was only a 12.
Yeah!
There we go.
Yeah! Coming in clutch, buddy! Alright, so that's 4d8.
Oof.
For 20 bludgeoning damage.
Wow.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Magical damage, I believe.
Yes, I believe. And we're going to give Uncle Oliver the advantage.
I appreciate you, my boy.
So, Nicholas, as you do these things and you help out your family members, you have to take your hands off of yours and the Lady Frost's eyes, and you have to take your hands off of her in general, and she just starts stumbling towards the water.
Can I use a reaction? Oh no, I used my reaction. Never mind.
Nope. Okay, it is Dove's turn.
Okay, so
You got advantage. You got a D6.
I've got advantage. How many feet between me and the Kelpie?
At this point, about 10.
Okay, so I see that Dominic and Glenn are okay. So I'm gonna use
I
it.
wouldn't say okay.
Well,
yes, but they're
out
not.
of the water, I guess.
They are both between you and the Kelpie.
Yeah. Well, okay.
Glenn is drowning.
Not
but,
actively.
Floundering. And Dominic just got catapulted by some explosion underwater 5 feet away. And the Kelpie is currently chewing on the body of the man who got smashed between the boat and the dock.
Damn.
Dude, okay. I'm torn. I'm torn between do I try to drag people when I can't swim very well at all myself, or do I? Okay, so I think what I'm gonna do is pull out my telescopic stabber that is it's dagger shape right now, so that it would fit in my pocket. I'm gonna use a bonus action to turn it into a saber, and I'm going to attack the Kelpie. If I need to maneuver on either side so that I don't hit my people,
So you're extending it
I'll do
to
that
be
first.
able to have a 10-foot reach, right?
10-foot reach, yes.
Glenn is between you and the beast right now, but she is like, so you could stab above her.
Okay. Sorry, Glenn. This
But
is
you
pretty
will
wrong. Good.
have
Okay.
to do so at disadvantage, as you are small and you won't be able to touch the bottom of the beach at this point if you're that close.
Oh,
Which you have advantage, so it would neutralize. It would equal out.
and they're within 5 feet.
Yeah, you
Yes.
would. Get,
Okay.
you would
Okay.
Get,
So I would still get sneak attack advantage. I was
attack.
kind of hoping to rely on that advantage though, but that's fine. Okay.
It's just because you're so short.
I mean, I'm not trying to like swim. Like if my head goes under the water, that's fine. I still want to attack.
If your head goes under
Couldn't
the
she
water,
move
you
to get on the deck
probably
or
would
go
end up
shallow?
stabbing Glenn. You'll have to be
Okay,
above
never
the
mind then.
water.
Alright, I'll
to
take the
stab
disadvantage.
above Glenn.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Let's do it.
You could try to time it at the same time one of the waves rolls in that kind of picks you up on a crest a little bit.
Oh, okay. How can I do that?
Just give me a
If you're giving that option.
a dexterity acrobatics check, and we'll see if you get high enough to take advantage of the waves.
You got bardic inspiration.
I do have bardic inspiration, and
Look at that.
yeah.
Giving you the
Everyone's
keys to
helping.
success.
Okay. That's an 11. 12.
That was enough.
Oh,
You can pick up with your
Hey!
halfling legs, and you rise up on the few feet that the wave gives you, so you don't have disadvantage on your attack. Glenn just
Okay.
goes as the wave, goes above her head, but it's helpful for you.
All right. I got a nat 20 with my advantage.
Yay!
That Kelpie's hooked.
I got a
Up
nat
with the
20 with
Starling
my
family.
advantage. Okay. And so. Go away. Sorry, I'm trying to make this go away.
Is this
So how? Okay.
slashing or piercing damage?
This is piercing damage.
Piercing.
Okay.
So what I rolled was how are we doing nat 20s?
Oh, so roll your total points that would be damage, and then we'll double it.
Okay, that's an 8 plus 2. So it's 10. So that's 20 plus 4, 24. And then sneak attack damage, is that doubled as well or not doubled?
Yep.
So it would be so just do the total normal with sneak attack with your bonus, and then we double the end number.
Wait, with the modifier and everything?
Yeah.
Okay, so I got 14 plus 6, 20, so that's 40 damage.
Let's go, Dove.
Wow.
Let's go,
Even
baby.
Wow.
Even Oliver's a little surprised. It's like, oh, I guess I made the right choice.
So and I think something else happens too when I do this. I with the 2 people that just died right in front of me, that energy from them comes into me, and I accidentally do Wails from the Grave, I think. If you're okay with this.
Totally.
Oh,
Because I think that it would
secrets,
be
this one.
so half of my sneak attack damage ends up hitting a creature within 30 feet of me. Do we want to like roll for randomness
Yes, we will.
to see who I accidentally hit with this? Okay.
So
Oh,
one will
Here
be
it
I'm
comes.
gonna have you roll a d4.
Okay.
1 is Dominic, a 2 is Glenn, a 3 is Lady Crystal Frost, who is closest on her
Oh.
ice thing, and 4
shit.
is Lady Nicole Sterling, who is at the water's edge.
Oh my god.
We don't need to do
I-
this.
Why did I
Hit-
decide to do this? I was like, this will be a cool story
It
thing.
adds to story, which is great.
Hit
We're gonna
Dominic.
start a war. Yeah, hit
hit
Dominic,
Seriously,
please.
hit Dominic.
I hit Glenn.
You're either go-
Oh,
that
my
works.
God.
that works.
Do I see this happen?
So what happens is it's force damage, and it's half of my sneak attack dice, which was doubled.
Does that
So it
mean
would be
takes
6
it away
damage.
from the damage that would have gone to the Kelpie, or it's just extra?
This is in addition to.
Okay, so how much?
So
damage?
this would be 6 force damage. And
Oh,
what
Glenn
happens
said
is as I attack one thing and get sneak attack damage, everyone around hears these like wailing sounds that kind of emanate, and it ends up affecting Glenn.
You-
Sorry, Glenn.
Okay.
You have it out for Glenn.
Dove,
I don't mean to
Damn,
do
man.
this.
Dove, as you stab this Kelpie in one of its milky dark eyes, piercing it and harming it, you can feel this these screams come to you, and they make your body thrash almost like in a possession for a second, and you feel your boot connect with Glenn's head under the water.
Yeah.
If you guys re-upload your handout screen, Dove, you have a moment of the wave going above your head, and this is what you see underneath the water.
Oh, that's terrifying. This
But
is
you stab-
Brooklyn's literal worst nightmare. Okay.
You stab that
Oh, I can't look
Kelpie,
at it.
and Dominic, as you're getting thrown back, as you're like twirling under the water from your explosion, you hear this screaming of souls. Nicholas, you hear this as you see Dove kind of rise up on a wave and then disappear from view as as she goes over the other side of the wave. Dove, as you do this, and you think, oh no, I don't know, I think I might have kicked Glenn, or you see this and it's terrifying, you feel an arm wrap from behind you and grab your mouth and try to pull you under.
Oh no.
Okay.
Please roll me
Okay.
a strength saving throw, or an athletics. We'll just do strength saving throw.
Which
All
ropes
right.
are
My negative
very good at.
stats. It's a 5.
Wow. Oh wait, do you have? Oh wait, never mind.
I have inspiration. I could roll again, but I think I let it happen.
Oh no.
Okay, you just feel
Out of
an
my
arm
way.
wrap around you, grab your face, and pull you under the water.
Glenn.
Okay. It is Oliver's turn.
Oh my God. So I think I've saved about 10 to 15 people at this point, maybe somewhere
You've
around
saved
there. With
20 people. Well, you've saved 15 for sure, and then there's 5 more people that are trying to make their way away from the danger.
Right, so I've saved like 15, 20-ish people. I turn around, I see Dominic and Dove like try to save this one person for the last 2 rounds. I'm like, they're still young. And I'll, can I see Glenn at all? Does Glenn look fucked up at all?
Yeah, as the wave rolls over, you just see Glenn go feet overhead inside the wave of the darkness of the green water, lit by the lanterns from behind that are on the ships.
Oof.
And you see some blood around her in the water, and you see her just get slammed down on the shore within like 5 feet of the edge of the water.
She's on the shore. She's good.
Well, she's gonna get pulled back in if she's left.
Oh, well, if she can't, we got a lot going on. If she can't stand up and walk away, I don't know. There's not a lot helping her at this
Roll
point.
me an
I'm
insight check.
All right, I'll roll an insight check.
Dead.
That's gonna
She's
be
struggling.
far more than I wanted to roll for this. That's gonna be 22.
Glenn looks like she is unconscious, if not dead.
Do I know if she's dead or unconscious?
You
that's
think
pretty
she's
important.
unconscious because it just looks like she has a cut on her head. You're hoping it wasn't enough to kill her.
I'm going to put a healing word on her.
Yeah.
As she gets pulled
She's
back into the
dead.
water.
No.
I give her the healing word.
Okay.
This is what she's getting from me. Too much energy has been spent on her. She gets 6 healing. And I say, Sterling family, more will die as long as that thing is alive. Enough floundering with people. We need to kill it and kill it now.
We're working on it.
Well, and you're doing excellent, Eleanor. I'm looking at you, Dominic.
Thank you.
And he's going to
Yeah.
swim. You're a fighter. Swim, damn it. And I'm going to walk down the deck, and I am going to declare myself to this creature. I'm going to say, face me, creature, for someone who can fight back. And I will, with advantage per silvery barbs, summon to my hand profane and lost magic to my hand that none have seen in Regency in a very, very long time. And a bolt of energy that is pinks and greens and purples, a miasma of colors that is dazzling and wonderful, but deadly all at the same time. And it rockets forth like an impossibly fast lance at the Kelpie as I cast Eldritch Blast.
Cool.
Let's go, baby.
The Kelpie itself, after getting stabbed, sees this to its side opposite of the deck or of the dock. It sees this kind of kraken-like squid creature that Lady Nicole seems to have conjured, or at least conjured the image of, and it's distracted with this other sea beast in front of it, and it rears up its head to scream at it as this arcane blast hits it from behind.
Yeah.
That is going to be 22 to hit.
That definitely
Hell
hits.
yeah.
And that's going to be my no whammy. 6 damage. 6 force damage.
Big
Cool.
money, no whammies.
So I'll blast it and I'll start walking down the deck towards it. I think I'll keep to the left side of the deck away from the ship. So if I'm drawing attention to myself, I'm drawing it away from the ship, and I'm not going to enter its melee range, so that if it wants to approach me, it has to swim down the opposite side of the deck to come and get me away from the ship. So I'm trying to draw it away from civilians as much as possible.
Cool. And you see as it hits the back of it, its seaweed-like mane and its almost scaly textured skin almost disintegrates where your blast hits it.
Love that spell.
Next up,
That'll
sorry.
be me.
That's it? Okay.
No, that'll be me.
Next up is our dear Kelpie. The Kelpie.
It's gonna hurt.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
The Kelpie, as it gets blasted from behind, gets distracted once again as it's getting attacked from all these directions and turns away from this kraken threatening it and sees one of the finer dressed it sees let me see what is it? It sees Lord Demden, who was on one of the ships, on the Frost ship, enjoying space on that side of things. And the Kelpie Lord Demden barely has time to scream as the Kelpie's powerful tail wraps around his legs, yanking him into the icy water.
Good.
And his
Fuck
cries
that guy.
are quickly silenced by a rush of bubbles, and the water that he disappears into darkens with more blood.
Oh no.
And his face and his head barely make it out for a second as some bright blue flashes happen underwater and his face comes out and his eyes are wide with terror, and then he gurgles as he gets pulled under yet again.
Good. Fuck that guy. He was
Who
mean
is
to my
that guy?
He was mean to my niece. Fuck him. He was the guy who didn't applaud at the end of your speech.
Ah,
That I shot a nasty look at.
He deserves to
Okay.
die. No,
I arranged this whole thing to get him killed.
You just hear Nicholas. He's resistant to that.
Rude.
Idiot.
You're so rude. I love it.
Well, we are English after all.
So Aunt Alice, who is standing and straddling the top of this mast of the Frost ship that she flew herself up onto somehow,
She's so badass.
Uses. Oh wait, I'm on the wrong screen. That's right. Uses levitate. Can you do levitate on other people? Yes.
Yep.
I think so.
She puts forth her hand and
Concentration.
casts levitate on Lord Demden Frost as he starts disappearing underneath the surface again. And she screams in effort as it's her magical will against the force of the beast. And another flash of light happens underwater, and then suddenly Lord Demden pulls out of the water and starts kind of just floating up out of the water by about 10 feet.
He's in air jail now.
He is in air jail. Lady Nicole grits her teeth and she swipes her hands over and has this kraken creature that she seems to have summoned let out a gurgling, choking, coughing yell at the Kelpie, trying to distract it once again. And it rises up with its arched neck out of the water, facing the kraken once again. The two frost twins, Crystal and Latham, see their father get pulled into the water, see him float out of the water, and direct their little ice surfboard that they're both on in creepy twin magical way over to their father. They
I can't.
make some ice, rise up underneath of them, grab their father, and try to ice tugboat their way in a big arc towards the other sides of the docks so they can get back to the mainland with their father. Lord Sterling, Lord Spudnik is on the beach, and he is. You guys hear anyone that's like on the beach or not under the water currently just hears a clatter as a table full of like silverware and things clatters to the ground, and his eyes are kind of just blank, and he's just kind of stumbling on the beach.
Get yourself together, brother. Are the servants helping? The ones I sent off very heroically with my 30, are they helping out?
There are
kind
a couple
of a win-win
servants
for
trying to
Nicholas.
help Lord Frost move towards the opposite way and not go towards the water.
Oh, good job, gentlemen. Good job. Far better than my brother.
Dove, you feel under the water this hand that is holding you and this body that's gripping you from behind. That's much bigger than
You cut out for a second. What was that?
Oh, sorry. You feel from behind this body that's much bigger than you, grabbing you and holding your mouth closed. And you feel your nostril and your mouth start to fill with ice.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Dominic,
to
it
learn
is
from
your
these
turn.
people.
You are just catapulted out of the water, and you splash down, and you hear this eerie screaming of lost souls, and you just managed to kind of right yourself under the water. What are you doing?
I'm. Let's see. I noticed that, like, I guess Glenn is no longer with me physically and spiritually, or
Emotionally.
emotionally. Right.
Do you want to roll me a perception check to see if you can see where she's at?
I would like to roll a perception to see like all my surroundings if possible.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see. And I'll use a tactical assessment. Using one of my superiority dice. Let's see. Perception. Okay, and a D8. Please. Oh, 15.
Okay. You, as you're underwater, you see the Kelpie not facing you, but you see the same thing that Dove saw. And you're kind of underwater, so you surface a little bit in the waves, just enough to kind of see there's people standing on the beach, there's people in the water. You see this Kelpie, but you also see this horrific squid kraken creature that's the same size as the Kelpie, and you're like, ugh. But you also see about 15 feet towards the docks, you see Dove in the water, who just seems to be thrashing by herself, like she is choking on or being... You just see her kind of thrashing in a weird position under the water.
Oh, I'm going for Dove, of course. And I pull out my my cloud piercer, and I just make my way, just swim in.
Okay, swim in.
Make your way downtown.
Mm-hmm.
You can't. We did say that you have swimming abilities, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'll say that you can move your normal amount in the water.
Well, as I approach, am I like within like touching distance of Dove? Yeah, I would like to grab her with one hand, and try to look around to see if there's like a Kelpie around or something.
Where do you grab her?
By I guess by the shoulder, or like the arm.
Okay. You feel you grab her arm, but you also feel like a force of some invisible but solid object, almost like something's attached to her back.
Oh, then I'll just poke around with my cloud piercer behind her.
You poke around. Okay.
I poke around, yeah.
Roll me an attack.
Okay. Disadvantage since I can't see it, or?
Yes, it would be a disadvantage.
Okay. All right, cloud piercer. Let's see. And disadvantage. So I have to roll again. Yeah, so it would be a 16.
16 hits. Hits what? You're not
And
sure, but...
yeah, and that'll do 9 damage.
Okay. You see blood just kind of spurt out of where Cloud Piercer just kind of goes invisible about 10 inches of its tip behind Dove. And what you can, well, I don't know if you'll be able to see that well into the water right now, but you can tell it's Dove. You can tell that something's wrong. Her mouth is open in like a scream, and blood is now pooling around her as you stab something behind her.
Okay. Let's see, and I think that's it for me.
Okay, Nicholas.
All right. So, seeing Emily stumbling towards the creature, Nicholas is going to turn this gold or green ring he has around his finger that Aunt Alice gave him, and he's going to use the sage ring to cast Charm Person as a bonus action. And gonna need a wisdom save from Emily.
Okay.
Damn.
And this will be in competition with the creature's siren song. So, actually, I'm gonna have you roll me.
Okay.
Is your magic your magic is wisdom, right?
My magic is charisma based.
Okay. Roll me an arcana check with your charisma modifier added to it.
Okay.
And the Kelpie is going to roll against you.
That is going to be a 19.
Okay, the Kelpie only rolled a 10, and Lady Emily only got a 1. So she's moving towards the water, and you cast this Charm Person, and her eyes refocus, and she just goes limp and passes out.
Before she can hit the sand, Nicholas kind of runs up and like slides on his knees and catches her.
You know, it's just cruel
and
that
then
Nicholas isn't
with-
going to want to date her. Oh.
It is. It
well.
is. He's so dashing.
And as he's like holding her in the sand, he's going to, with his right hand, cast another firebolt, but we're going to spend another sorcery point to turn it into lightning.
Can you cast Firebolt with what you did with your ring? Is the ring a bonus, or...
The ring makes a spell a bonus action.
Oh, right. Okay, great.
And that's going to be a 15 to hit.
15 just hits, and you said you're going to use a sorcery point to make it...
Lightning.
Lightning, okay.
Ciao.
It seemed to work pretty well last time, so 7 points of lightning damage.
Nice. The Kelpie's skeleton just shocks visible for a moment as you see this horse sea monster's form just kind of flash inside its body as you hit it. As you're holding Lady Emily and you throw this lightning bolt past your mother and hitting the Kelpie, you can see your mother there trying to hold this image that she's conjured. You can see Lady Alice up on top of the ship. You can see your father being corralled towards safety. And you have not seen, ever since Dominic went into the water and Dove went into the water, you have not seen them for a little bit of time. Eleanor, it is your turn. You also notice that Dove makes it gets disappears under the water or in the waves, you notice that Dominic, after flying out of the water a minute ago, has not resurfaced, and you see a conscious but very much struggling Glenn trying to stumble and crawl her way out of the water as Oliver healed her to consciousness, but she seems to be too terrified to think of standing up, and she's just trying to crawl against the waves, and her dress is just pulling her, and she's just a pathetic
How
mess.
far is she?
From you?
How far?
10
Yeah. Okay, I'm just gonna.
Someone get her out of the water.
I feel bad.
Just let her go at this point. Jesus. She's an action economy magnet.
I know. Well, they take up my action and just like grab onto a hand to her and just like they keep her from drowning.
Yeah, with your help, since
Is she the old lady picture?
You what?
Is she the old lady picture in the handouts?
She is the very first picture. She's not old. She's just.
Oh yeah.
She's
Let her
just
drown. Like,
homely.
oh the fuck.
She's she's the only thing that stands between my mother and being like in my shit 24/7.
Yeah, if
okay,
Glenn
that's
is not
fair
there to care about every one of Lady Maid's whims, someone else is gonna have to take that job.
Yeah, I might make myself make her have no children.
Yeah.
Okay, so with your help, you put your arm underneath her armpit and you help her stand up, and she's
Man, woman, pull yourself together.
And she just clings onto you, and her dress is torn, and her bonnet is off of her head, and her hair is like splattered across her face, so she can't even see. She's like stumbling blind because her hair's in her eyes, and she's just holding on to you, making it almost impossible to move because she's just like full on victim holding on to you.
Okay, so is that my action? To just grab onto her? What the fuck?
Save Glenn, it's worth it. Save her.
If it's my whole action, I'm saving her. I'm dragging her out of the goddamn water and like giving her. No, I'm not giving her a kick, but just kind of like getting her on the shore, on the solid ground,
to the sand and the dirt and the rocks. And she's just coughing up water, and she's crying, and she's clinging to you. It's very sad.
No. I've got. We need to take care of this creature, Glenn.
Your mother runs up to you and says, "Oh, Glenn!
What are you doing?
Glenn!
Take Glenn and go, mother."
Oh, she's soaking. Oh, okay. And she like kind of tries to grab one arm, and she says, "Eleanor, get the other side."
Mother! I gesture emphatically
Eleanor,
to the
now,
Kelpie.
there's no time to waste. And she starts trying to, like, she can't even lift Glenn up onto her knees. She's just like showing help, but she's like, oh my.
Oh.
Okay, I have enough. I have a far enough range that I can help Glenn get fucking at least 10-15 feet away from me.
Yeah, you and your
still
mother
be able to cast a
managed to
spell
get Glenn as far as your glazed over father is. Or your uncle,
what?
Sorry, not
Wait,
your father,
whose father? Okay.
Her father's dead.
Surprise!
Surprise!
Oh no!
Let Lord Spugnik go. It's fine. He wants to pet the
just let
horse.
him go. This is a natural selection at work here, people.
I wasted my turn.
No, you saved Glenn.
You didn't waste your turn. Glenn's an important part of the household.
No, she's
You
not.
saved Glenn. Nicholas saved Emily Frost, but Who's to say which one's better
Hey,
in the long run?
I told you, Glenn. She's a buffer, man. I need that buffer.
And at least you didn't do negative impact in the Save Glenn operation, so you're doing pretty good.
That's dumb.
I wish I could help Dove and Dominic, who are both drowning at this point.
Okay.
But
Dove,
I can't.
It is your turn.
So this is what I'm gonna do. I am going to struggle. I'm gonna struggle, and then I'm gonna, like, the appropriate amount of time, pretend to pass out.
That's a long.
Because I don't need to breathe.
Who are you trying to fool?
But he doesn't know that. The
person.
I'm just
putting
gonna keep
ice down
poking
his
more
throat.
faster.
I don't need to breathe with my revived nature.
Would I know that?
The energy, no, the energy of these dead spirits, these people that have had, died around me, have come in to sort of semi-possess me, and I don't have to breathe right now, but nobody knows that but me.
Okay.
So do I do like a deception or something?
I was gonna say, roll me a performance or deception check with advantage, as you are in a situation that very much lends itself to you passing out.
Okay, we'll do deception.
No, you hired a zombie?
I keep getting
I
8s.
didn't
Okay.
know she was a zombie when I hired her.
And a 9. I got a 13.
Hashtag not all zombies.
Hashtag not all zombies. Please let a 13 be enough. Can I use inspiration to roll a third time? Can I use my inspiration to roll a third one? Or no?
Yes, but you may not need it.
Okay.
Oh, I would definitely use it.
17 plus 21.
There you go.
There we go.
That is just enough.
Let's go down!
So, you, go limp and allow yourself to get pulled by whoever's grabbing you here, which you think is Dominic, by the waves.
Yeah.
And you just kind of close your eyes and try and be as calm and motionless and allowing yourself to get pulled around as possible. Whatever force you can feel around you just kind of lets go, pushes you down, and you feel two boots just try to kick you down as deep as it can go before you fully feel a release from this pressure. And Dominic, as this happens, you also can feel Dove kind of be freed. Oliver, it's your turn. Oh, sorry.
Can I do a quick sleight of hand motion in the hopes that Dominic sees it, kind of pointing in whatever direction I think the invisible person went? Invisible whatever.
Yes, you can. Dominic, roll me a perception check with disadvantage as you are under the dark water.
And this would be with my gloves. When my gloves, is this low light?
It's very, very, it's dark.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, so that gives me, was it advantage? Yeah.
Alright.
I got a nat 20 first roll. Boom.
Okay, Dominic, you don't have to roll.
Oh, okay.
You managed to somehow, some burst of light in the water just at the right moment backlights a hand that Dove has as she kind of throws it up, and you see her point in a very specific way up and towards the dock. But it's not your turn yet, actually, I just realized. So, you see that. Dove did that. We're going to hold that. It's Oliver's turn now.
As Eleanor is being dragged away by this silly woman and her mother, I'm like, Eleanor! You're the only one of the two other people damaging this thing. Help me! And he'll turn back to it, the Kelpie, and he'll sort of he'll look at it and he'll say, you're interrupting my niece's ribbon cutting ceremony, and he's gonna cast Dissonant Whispers.
Yeah.
Okay.
It needs to make a Wisdom saving throw.
Okay.
Just fails, baby. Let's go. All right. It's gonna take. There's two things that happen. The first is it's gonna take a bunch of psychic. Oh, that's pretty good. That's gonna be 12 psychic damage.
So you,
and it also
as you cast this Dissonant Whispers into its mind, you just sense in your own head this connection, and you sense this like ancient worldly mind. This creature is from a time not of this modern era, and it does no damage to it.
Fantastic.
You just feel its mind absorb it, like it feeds on the ancient and the odd, and it just sends its awareness back into your own brain about eons of time that you can't really understand.
Awesome. Regardless, it has to do what I really wanted it to do, which is it must now immediately use its reaction, if available, to move as far away as its speed allows from me. Okay. And that does provoke opportunity attacks of those it passes.
Okay. It's going to move southeast on the map, away from that big dock, and it's got a swim speed of 40 feet. And so it turns away from you and this kraken creature, and it just kind of dives its head like the frothing seahorses that are in the first Lord of the Rings movie, and it just kind of speeds away that way. Those who are near enough to take an opportunity attack would be Latham and Crystal Frost, who are holding their father. We'll see if they can...
They drop him?
Oh, no! I did
I put it into the
disadvantage for
universe?
them, and they got a nat 1. So they like arc around on their ice like platform right as the horse just flees in kind of this escapist moment, and they all just crash into each other, and the 3 frosts catapult into the air towards the beach, and the horse screams and kind of throws itself sideways through the ice, and you just see a bunch
Oh my god,
of, like,
I think I take a moment and do like a 360 of all of my wonderful allies. There's the 2 capable frosts flying through the air with their father somehow. Eleanor is being dragged off by social protocol of her mother and this wailing lady we've spent maybe 5 actions trying to save. We've got Dominic like being dragged under by Dove, and we've got my man Nicholas who's being Prince Charming to a girl he doesn't even want to date. And I'm like, oh, fuck.
It's like you're here, Uncle.
I think he's gonna look around, and he's gonna see Dominic in the water, and I'm gonna say, Dominic, the longer that thing's alive, the more people we're gonna have to save. It needs to be killed, and I know you have the courage to do it. And he's gonna give you a bardic inspiration.
Yeah.
Arty.
I honestly thought Uncle Oliver would be proud of Nick.
I am
This
proud
seems
of
like-
you, buddy. I'm so
This
proud
seems
of
like
you. But
something straight out of your playbook.
no, I'm very proud of you, absolutely. But I can't help but note the ridiculousness of everything going on around me.
Okay, so
Yeah,
this
that's fair.
happens, and
And
Oliver,
did some good
Books
damage.
and brushes.
Oliver calls
I
out
did some
to
good
Dominic.
damage on this thing.
Who Dominic is still under the water by a few feet, so hopefully he can. Probs doesn't hear you, but that's okay.
Well, if
Alright.
I knew he was under the water, I wouldn't have said it. If in fairness,
Edge.
or I could stick with it, whatever you want.
I think it's maybe. I think it's. You're like Dominic, and he's like trying to like save Dom. You're like Dominic.
Like, oh fuck, never mind. I'm gonna, if you would allow, I'm gonna, if he's under the water and he can't hear me, I'll like, oh fuck it. I'll go back to Nicholas and I'll be like, you're right, my boy, that was out of my playbook, and you have been damaging it. I'm so proud of you, and I give it to him instead.
There we go. There we go.
Great.
Story of my life.
I'll never forget you, Dominic.
Dominic's like, under the water.
Okay, it's the Kelpie's
Oh,
turn.
the lady's maid.
No.
Oh,
Fucking Kelpie.
This Kelpie,
It's coming back.
as it throws its head and its tentacles and its tail fly out of the water, and it hits this ice that's broken in two, you see its tail and its fins and its hooves and its claws start writhing around together, and it turns into this mushy, mossy mass. And suddenly, a green, sopping, wet woman with giant eyes that are just blank and staring stands up on the piece of ice. And she opens her mouth a little too wide for what is natural. And she's got the same kind of broken teeth as the Kelpie had in horse form. And she just throws her hands out and does the same haunting scream that you heard from the Kelpie. And grasping seaweed vines shoot out of the water from in front of her, and let's see. The closest, she probably is looking at the new ship, and anyone that is still on it or trying to stay stable, and these seaweed vines just ripple and roll out of the water, and they just lash themselves to the ship, and she starts pulling and rocking the ship as people start just tumbling around on the dock, and a couple people roll off into the water.
Hit below deck, people. God.
Yeah, fuck.
Seriously.
We
Common
can't do
sense
anything.
destroyed.
Religion don't work. We're all paraplegics.
Aunt Alice still has her levitation hold on Lord Frost, the brother of the main Lord Frost, and she was allowing Crystal and Latham to like take him, but as he's catapulted into the air again, she just kind of keeps her magical hold, and she's strumming her lyre, and he kind of catapults and somersaults in the air, and then just keeps going farther than he should have, and lands on his butt on the sand.
Good.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Lady Nicole Sterling just puts her hands up in frustration that her Kraken is not doing all that she would have wanted it to do. And she just crumples her hands. The Kraken just disappears in some orange-green smoke. And she is going to...
Slip and fall on Lord Frost's dick, right?
Whoa. About 18 years too late. She's already done that.
Well, it may have been 10 years ago too. I don't believe that. Your sister is not also his.
Landed on his.
Okay, he messaged that to me earlier, and I almost lost my shit.
Honestly, I'm starting to wonder who's Pearl's father actually is.
It's 100% him.
Oh my heck.
Goddamn.
Man.
But hold that back.
Lady Nicole is going to cast Healing Word on she's gonna cast Healing Word on just a general area in the water that she sees blood coming up from, which is actually where Dominic and Dove were at. She sees blood spurting up, and she looks around and she goes, "Ah!" And she steps a few feet closer in the water and just throws her hands out, and the water glows, and she casts Healing Word, hoping that she's hitting someone who needs help. Okay, Crystal and Latham are going to roll dexterity saving throws. Wow, they rolled really terribly. Let's go into the water, and can't see them right now. They just get catapulted into the water, and we don't know what's happened to them right now. Lord Frost, Lord Spudnik, as you come upon him, Eleanor, with your mother and with Glenn and the other servants, some of them Frost, some of them Sterling servants, who are trying to help Lord Spudnik, he kind of just goes, What is happening? Eleanor, what is the meaning of this? And then he looks behind you and sees this figure on an ice block trying to destroy the new ship, and he says, What is happening? Eleanor, some witch is trying to destroy our property. I say. And he starts walking to the beach, and he says, I say.
No, Uncle, no, I've got this handled. Uncle. Why don't you,
Eleanor, celebration
take cover.
is a disaster.
Yes, it is certainly that. It would be, let's keep it a disaster and not a whole bunch more people's funeral.
Why is this lady's maid gone swimming? She's going to catch her death. Here, we better get her up to the
I think she's trying to help Glenn. Uncle, I've got this handled. Right?
He and your mother kind of take Glenn, and he's like, Really, you should not have gone into the water. You'll catch your death. And they start pulling her up the path towards the carriages.
His trauma response is pure denial.
Yes. But at least it's denial that way.
Yeah.
I will take it.
No,
I
want to put a little. I want to do like a little like. I know it's like action, but like a little message cantrip, and just put a thought in his head and be like, Spudnik, you dumb shit! If you don't go to the carriage right now, I'm gonna shove a sword up your ass when we get home.
You just see him look behind. Wait, is it in your voice or is it just in a voice?
Oh, it's in my voice. I don't care. He's been a shit to me my whole life.
Yeah,
It's in message cantrip, but yeah.
He like drops Glenn's arm, and Maeve, who is holding her other
God,
side,
Seth.
just kind of like, you know, like dead weight. And he goes, "Hey, what, who's, how, Oliver, where are you?"
Are they? And then put one more in his head in the voice of the fucking devil and say, "Go."
He goes, "Who?" And Maeve goes, "Sputnik, help me! She's as heavy as a house." And
Poor Glenn.
he's like so affronted, but he also is like has Maeve like yelling at him, and she never bosses him around. He's like, up. Ugh. And they start helping Glenn back up.
He can't handle strong women.
Hope there's no reporters here to see all this.
Kind of glad there's no reporters here.
The carousel is gonna have a fucking field day.
Yeah, they're gonna have fun.
Oh, I'm so excited.
I just hope they don't see our performance in action is all.
Okay,
Hey,
it is
we were
Dominic's
doing
turn.
really good.
Dominic. Dove has just pointed towards whatever you think was assailing her, and you see her sinking lower, and you still have like a grip on her so she doesn't like sink away, but you see her sink lower, but she also points up towards the dock.
Okay. Can I make an insight just to see like what it could possibly mean, just judging from our student and master relationship?
Totally. Roll me an insight with advantage since Dove got a nat 20 on her communication.
Okay. And I'll use another superiority dice. Let's see, insight. Where is it? Here we go. Insight. And it's a 21 and plus 25.
Great. So you recognize Dove's hand was specific enough, and you know she's very deft with her hands. She's very clever in how she communicates. You assume that she is in full use of her faculties when she communicated to you, and you're not 100% sure that she's okay, like, here in the water, where she probably can't swim. You probably know that she can't swim very well, but you do know that her message was clear, that whatever had been happening to her was that way.
Okay, would I know anything about whether she wants me to pull her up with her or leave her be?
I think that would be up to you. Not sure. You know she can't swim well, but also if there's a threat in the water.
And just like a point was kind of a stab in the dark. Like there's only so much I can communicate without giving myself away, so.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm definitely, in that case, I'm definitely not leaving her in the water. And, I'll pull her up. And I'll use an action dash to try to get to the docks as close as possible.
Okay. You, because she's much smaller than Glenn, and she'll probably help you instead of not help you like Glenn. You guys, you managed to help Dove, flounder, swim, doggy paddle, over to the edge of the dock, and you throw your gauntleted hand up and grasp the edge of the dock and pull Dove up with the other hand. And you see her come out of the water, just her red hair, soaking and plastered to her. And you see her eyes look kind of terrified, but fine. But you do see ice just coming out of her nostrils and her mouth. And once Uncle Oliver is back, we'll say that you guys are kind of on the opposite side of the dock from him, so he's like 7 feet away there on the dock as well.
You said he bled when whatever invisible thing behind bled. Is there anything around? Is there like any blood like on the docks?
A blood trail.
Yeah.
So let's see. Good question.
Smart.
I got one more superiority die left.
There is no blood. But roll me a perception check, actually. I should let you roll a perception check.
Okay, last superiority dice. This is my spell slots, people.
Okay,
and then an
He
8
has disadvantage because of Oliver.
and 11. Do I have disadvantage?
Yes, you do, because of your Uncle Oliver's fancy schmancy boots, which are...
You gotta be fair,
right
you gotta be
level.
fair.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you for that reminder.
Sorry.
Yep.
Sorry.
All right. Well, perception again.
You've just never seen such
So
gorgeous boots before.
They're so
I gotta find whatever was called. Look at those boots. All right.
So it is. I gotta roll up for the
They
chat.
draw everyone's eye, even if they don't care about fashion. Maybe they do now that they've seen these boots.
Let's see. Yeah, so it's gonna be an 11.
Okay. You
Instead of a
don't
15.
see any blood in the water right now, or on the dock, but you do see some wet puddles of water, like about 5 feet closer to the shore on the dock that kind of are pooled near the edge of the dock.
Okay, and like what condition is like Dove in right now?
She's like with ice filling her face, and she's got a little bit of a haunted look in her eyes.
I'm gonna yell for my Uncle Oliver and say, Uncle!
Oliver,
It's Dove!
Dominic just grabbed onto the edge of the dock about 7 feet in front of you, and he's pulling Dove out of the water and received a nice disadvantage on his perception check because of thine boots. But
look at y'all feet real quick.
But I look real good.
he looks real good. And he yells out for you.
Uncle!
Is it my turn?
You can respond verbally, but it's not your turn yet.
I will help
Or you
him on
can
my
wait
turn.
till your turn.
I'll wait till my turn.
Okay.
Something happened to Dove, and but I have to go. Take good care of her, and I just try to follow the steps.
So you get onto the dock?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll say something then. If Dominic's leaving, I will say something then, if that's okay.
Yeah, you can respond.
I'll say, I'll help Dove, Dominic, but the longer that we fight, the more people who will need help. We need to slay this thing now. You're our greatest fighter.
I turn to him and I look at the steps, and I look back at my uncle, and then back at the big giant freakish horse thing, and I basically.
So your family needs you, Dominic.
And he'll just give him a nod and head straight for the horse, seaweed horse monster.
Do you go back into the water?
But don't go in the water. It's
the closest
it's natural terrain.
The closest way you can. If you guys look at the map, there's the two smaller docks on the south side of the map. If you go from the end of the shortest dock and you go directly to the right of the map, so directly east, 5, 10, 2 squares away from the end of that dock. That is where this Kelpie witch figure is on their block of ice. So the closest you could get is by going back onto the beach and down that dock, the short dock, or you could get onto the ship that she is currently has lashed with seaweed and go to the edge of that ship. If you
Okay.
I'll just say, whatever you do, don't let it lure you into the water. That's its playing field. Be careful.
Okay. And it's just as tall as the ship, correct?
She's a little bit larger than a normal humanoid. I don't know if she's as tall as the top of the ship, but maybe it's like 5 feet above, like higher than her.
Okay. I would say the shortest distance on without swimming. I would say.
Okay.
I would heed my uncle's words.
So you could get, if you want to be in a ranged distance, like within range, you could get on the ship.
Oh no.
Be pretty close, or I mean, either way, she's in the water. So even if you go around onto the beach, onto the small deck, she's still 10 feet out into the water.
Okay. Let's see. From the ship, 10 feet. I think I would head to the ship then. I think I have an idea.
Okay. There's still, the gangplank is sort of like rickety, rocking back and forth as she's pulling on the ship with her vines, her seaweed vines. You step on the gangplank onto the ship, and I'll say that's probably as far as you get this round, since you were swimming some too with Dove.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Nicholas.
So Nicholas is going to hear Uncle Oliver's hurtful words, especially since he called the guy who could not save one person the greatest fighter in the house. And
You just saved me.
He's a warrior.
Yeah, sure. And we're going to cast Scorching Ray, and we're going to use a last sorcery point
Yeah.
to change it into electricity.
Hell yeah.
Okay.
Oh, nothing wrong with a little rivalry. Nothing wrong with that.
So that's a dirty 20, a 19, and a 16.
Great, that hits.
Hell yeah.
What is
Okay.
that together? Let's see.
And then we're
Maybe I should pit them against each other more.
10, 18, 22, 25 points of lightning damage.
How would you like to explode this Kelpie?
Fucking right, buddy.
Let's go!
Yes!
He's so mad. He's so mad. He's just like, boom!
Give us the scene.
So
Nicholas.
I think hearing those words, Nicholas kind of gets to his feet with almost a literal like princess in his arms, and is like, seriously, this isn't good enough. And he thinks of the strongest weapon he can, and in his mind it's Davenor's sword.
Yeah.
So suddenly 3 swords appear around her, and all stab through her at the same time, and just turn into electricity through her body.
As these swords skewer her, and she is racked with electric charge, You see her hair throw back and her face elongates into a horse maw again, and her arms throw out and become these clawed hoof appendages, and her tattered green dress turns into a thrashing tail, and you see her skeletal form cracking and shifting between humanoid and this horse Kelpie creature, and she just writhes and screeches and then does one last thrash and just kind of somersaults into the water and sinks below the waves as her dying song kind of just fades on the wind. And you notice the air gets noticeably warmer within like 20 seconds. And there's some people on the boat, there's some people in the water or near the water that sort of stumble and look around like they don't know where they're at. As soon as she disappears into the water, the seaweed vines wrapped around the new ship kind of go slack and just become hanging and clinging seaweed. And someone falls and trips with the one last kind of tilt of the boat into you, Dominic, as you kind of stabilize them and grab them before they fall into the water. And you see Dominic, your Aunt Alice kind of just hops down next to you onto the ship's deck, and an eerie sort of calm and confusion settles on the beach.
I will, in fair response to that incredible display of magic, not having any context for maybe why Nicholas was so powerful at that moment, but there will be like a turn and a look of shock in your direction, Nicholas, as he hasn't seen you express your, shall we say, mightiest power, and you will get a look from Oliver of like, holy shit, and give you a look of a little respect in his eyes for sure.
I would look at the explosion and turn to Nicholas, and then back at the remains of just of this creature, and I think one word just like comes out of Dominic's mouth, and he says, "Magic," and and he just continues to stare at it while holding, or like saving somebody, or at least preventing them from falling.
Yeah.
I'll
Nicholas,
toss a little healing word.
You what?
Sorry, I don't want to interrupt. Go ahead.
Nicholas, as you stand there and your fingers are kind of crackling with this energy, lady, why can I not remember her name? Lady
Emily?
Kind of like flutters her eyes in very much a Sleeping Beauty fashion, as she very much has Sleeping Beauty hair, and just kind of gazes up at you and smiles slightly, and she says to you, "I am in your debt, Nicholas Stern." And then she passes out again.
Nicholas will just kind of like hold her to his chest and start walking back up the beach.
I'll toss a healing word on Dove. Just wanted to get that out of the way because she's down apparently, which would be worse.
And I slip back into the water and hide under the dock. Is what I want to do.
So like
running over to find Dove.
Oliver like casts a healing
I'm
word on
looking
you
right
and
at
you're, like holding on, and then you just see her.
Thanks.
Like, what are you doing? Oh,
What
I
are
mean,
you doing?
sure.
Yeah, he bends
Hey, Dove,
over.
it's
puts
over.
his head in
Why
the
are you
boot.
hiding? Dove, why are you hiding? What I actually wanted to do, I wanted to put a little healing because I thought she was down. So maybe I go, and then I'm like, okay.
Did I take any ice damage from that, by the way?
A few points. You would have
Okay.
taken just a few points, but if like Oliver goes to kind of help you and you're like, no, thanks. I mean,
Okay,
Yeah,
here's
no.
what I'll do with that scene then. I'll go up to her and I'll be like, I'm going to, and then she goes like, no, I'm good. And like ducks below, I'll be like,
Okay.
hey, okay, this is fine, but we're going to talk later, me and you. And I'll just let her hide.
Find
and I'll-
you.
Okay, fantastic. I'll draw. In fact, I was going to do this anyway, but I'll draw attention away from Dove, and I'll draw my rapier over my head, and I'll say, "Here's to the courage of House Frost and Sterling." And I'll sort of shout that loud to try and kind of let them know this was a good day, not a bad. Like there's bad, but this is a victory. This is a good thing. Like we all came together today.
yeah.
Maybe try and create a little bond between the families.
Yeah, the crew of the ships, anyone that's on the ship still, and anyone that's pulled themselves out of the water, and they look around and they start going, huzzah! Huzzah! Huzzah!
Huzzah!
And,
Tight.
and, as you say that, Lord Spudnik comes kind of jogging back down onto the beach, and he says, yes! Huzzah! And people start going up to him and shaking
Hello,
his
brother.
hand.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Rolling my eyes.
I'm going to go make sure the people that were thrown off the boat are doing okay.
They're
I'm
not.
gonna start. I'm gonna try and help the people who were thrown from the ship.
Lady
Make
Frost
sure they're
is
okay.
over on the south side of the map, trying to help her niece and nephew, Crystal and Latham, out of the water. And their father is getting helped up, and he's kind of a little bruised, but he's okay. And Eleanor goes into the water and starts helping people get past the waves. We are out of initiative. And before we do anything else, as everyone is we're trying to save the mood and how people are remembering this moment, and we're trying to help people out of the water and stay away from any grisly bits of human body that are floating around. We're going to take a break. It is 10:20
Cool.
Mountain Central Time, so 10 minutes. So we'll come back at the 30
Yeah.
mark.
Okay.
Sound good?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
All right, 10 minutes. See ya.
Cool. Good fight.
Good fight.
Very good.
I'm sorry, Nicholas. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings.
Nothing's good enough for you people.
Hey,
wanted to
I
be
did
nice to
things
Dominic. It
too,
wasn't about
and
you.
I didn't
Dominic
take
and Nicholas
offense.
are both feeling that. I mean, Dominic, like the first one in the water and has been under the water the entire fight.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to
I-
compliment one of you.
We have
I
a
didn't take
complicated
offense
relationship.
to it.
See, I'm an adventurer. I'm an adventurer.
You weren't a
Fighter
target.
has a certain meaning around it.
I wasn't a target. That's the thing. Because I wasn't told I was doing a good job, but I am secure enough in my abilities that I don't need that.
Yes,
Boys.
no,
Alright.
we know, but your cousins
Perfect.
aren't.
Yeah, where's my
Also-
kudos, huh?
I'm also like 18.
Good
so
job
cut
not
me a
dying.
break.
Whoever did that, roll 1d4 emotional damage.
Yeah.
Emotional
Vicious mockery.
damage.
Let's go.
Alright. He's
Did we lose Uncle Oliver?
the worst at being on time.
Really? Good. He can be the worst. I'll be
I
the
know for
second
Briggs. Oh my
So
goodness.
this is
Does
too
look
funny
like a
for him.
corn dog and a kangaroo.
Yeah, it's good. I'm trying to find good like body pictures of my dog. That's a weird thing to say, but
Body yaddy yaddy. I
Body,
wanted to
yaddy,
get I wanted to get combat done so we could RP. I was like, yes. Yes.
I was trying to get like so much RP into the combat as possible.
Or you could just
Because-
get quick through the combat, and then we can RP.
That's how I usually feel. I'm like, is this as fun as role playing? No, but I think that was a pretty enthralling battle. I think you guys made it very
It
exciting.
was.
Yeah, for sure.
There was a lot going on.
It's a lot going on.
Okay.
Good
First
job.
battles
All right,
of
let's
the
go.
sorcerer. That was a lot of fun.
And now we're level 4.
Yeah.
Yeah, isn't that great?
Oh, I'm not
Right.
supposed to ask. You're mean.
Will be leveling up before next session.
Yay!
Wow.
Beats.
Wow.
Beats.
All right, let's go. Let's do this thing.
Okay, welcome back after our break to Chapter 3. The Kelpie has been destroyed. Uncle Oliver is inspiring everyone to think that this was really great. Lord Spudnik is
It was.
taking some of the credit, and Dominic is
Wet.
on the he's very wet. He's helping people on the ship.
Oh,
Nicholas
he's 10
is
times
standing
hotter
there
too
like
because he's
Prince
wet.
Charming. And Dove, let's start in with Dove. Dove, you
Yeah,
are
really.
in the brackish water. It is freezing. You are clinging to the underside, the algae and mollusk encrusted underside of this great dock.
Regretting not hiding behind a barrel or something instead, but this made sense to me at the time, I guess. So, yep,
Okay, what are you doing?
here I am. I'm taking a minute because I just had an invisible person try to kill me, and if he finds out that I'm not dead, which he might already, or person might already know,
How do we know?
or
it's a
they,
person?
I don't know. Yeah, it felt like an arm, and I have some ideas, but who's to say? Something invisible just tried to kill me.
Yeah.
And yeah, I'm honestly I a little bit was hoping to stay in the water for longer, but Dominic helped me out, which was a great thing to do. And I don't know. I think she's taking a minute.
Could I give her
Just
just
kind
like
of
a quick
process.
little message? A little message shows up standing there.
Yeah, you assume that she is still somewhere in that area underneath the dock.
Yeah, so I'll shoot her a little message. You'll hear Oliver's voice in your head, Dove,
Okay.
which will say, we've already said like you need to talk. I'll say, find my valet Charles and return to the Sterling House if you feel able enough to sneak your way back there. And we can talk back at the house, but perhaps it's best you took a quiet exit from these affairs.
Can I respond or no?
Yeah, you can respond to this message.
You can respond to this message. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna say, can you distract Lord Frost?
That I can.
Yeah, and
By
then
the way, I was very interested to meet you.
well, shit.
Shit indeed, Dove. Shit indeed.
Yeah, and I think after a beat or two, I'm gonna like go under the water and try to go to like the opposite side of the beach to then climb up.
On the north side of the map. The top side.
Let's see. Yeah, I'll go that way.
Due to your lack of swimming abilities, you'll probably have to like pull yourself along with the dock
Yeah.
for a little bit until you can kind of.
Luckily, I don't have to breathe, so I could even just like Pirates of the
Oh, that's
Caribbean
true.
walk under the water.
Do a bad job swimming. It's still there.
That's true. Who needs to breathe or swim when you don't have to breathe underwater?
Take as long as I need. Yeah.
Okay. Oliver, roll me a perception check. I'm assuming you're gonna.
Okay.
Wait, well, what are you doing? I guess. What would you like to do after this message with Dove?
Dove asked for a distraction, and I have the perfect idea. So I want to, as Lord Spudnik is there beside me, taking credit.
Well, he's up on the beach. You're on the dock still, but he's there taking some credit.
Yeah, so I'm gonna go get him and sort of put my hand on his back and sort of gesture with him towards Lord Frost, and I'll say, "This is your moment, brother. This is a chance to create permanent ties with Lord Frost in the wake of this victory. Come."
Okay, what was your perception check?
My perception check was a 10.
Okay, you don't see Lord Frost.
I'll start shooting message cantrips out to all of these young fellas. And I'll say, very important, does anyone see Lord Frost?
Everyone can roll me a perception check if you'd like. The 3 of you on the bottom of the screen.
Oof. Nope.
Okay.
15.
9.
Let's see.
At disadvantage.
Turn off your boots, goddammit.
I can't! I literally
15?
can't! I would, but I can't.
15?
Yeah.
Okay, so you and Eleanor both tag at about the same time as you're both like, Dominic, you're out on the ship in the water, and Eleanor, you are on the beach. Both of you tag down next to, on the north side, as in the top side of that smallest dock, you see Lord Frost staggering out of the water, drenched, as Lady Frost rushes to him and helps him out. And she says, "I didn't even see you get pulled in." And he says, "Nasty beast. Oh, I barely escaped."
Ugh.
The
And I
sucker.
saw him being taken up the beach by my wonderful assistant servant, or not servants, but the people I inspired. I saw him being taken up the beach during the fight, right?
No.
Oh, I thought you told me that they were okay.
Are we looking at Daniel or David?
You are seeing Daniel.
Okay.
Oh, I'll send a message of my own to my uncle, and relay that I saw him, and Lady Frost on the northernmost dock.
And I'll say, "Thank you, Eleanor. By the way, Dove is making a quiet escape. Let's keep it that way if we can."
I'll message back. Is she all right?
She seems well enough. I've sent her to Charles, and she should be heading back to the Sterling Manor ahead of us.
I'll just thank him and continue saving people.
But I'll take Spudnik in that direction, and once we have eyes on him, I'll sort of advance past Spudnik because he's a kind of a rotund fellow, and I will sort of assist in the helping of Lord Frost. Say, "Lord Frost, are you all right? You took a nasty fall in there, didn't you?"
I would like
to
to
his feet if I can.
approach Lord Frost as well, if that's all right.
Okay, Dominic, you'll have to go back to the gangplank of the ship, down the Great Dock, and then south, and then over there by the beach. So you'll have to do a big arc because they are coming up onto the sand.
Oh, okay.
So
Yeah,
we'll
I'll
say
make my
you're
way.
making your way. You're probably walking down the dock right now with Lady Alice. Lord Frost says to you, Oliver, he's coughing some water. "Nasty beast. You know the
That's what they say.
The siren's song is very powerful.
Indeed,
Must
right
have
this way, and I'll...
Lost my way."
That's quite all right. I want to start taking him up the beach towards Spudnik, which will eventually meet Dominic, and I want to get him just in the middle of everything. So I want to bring him to like where all the servants are, and someone can come and assist him. But it's generally so that there's a lot of eyes on Lord Frost, and there's no sneaky business. But I would also like to insight check him to see if he is he actually did fall in the water, and he actually did succumb to the Kelpies, whatever bullshit.
Tell us how you really feel. I'm just kidding.
No, not the
don't
Kelpies
want
bullshit, but I feel like he's bullshit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know.
The Kelpie is sweet.
Roll me an insight.
Oh, for fuck's sake, I can't roll for shit today. That's gonna be a 5. A big 5.
Well, you haven't seen him since the beginning of the Kelpies' attack. I mean, so many were drawn in by the Kelpie song. You think he's telling the truth?
Yeah, sure. And I'll bring him to the center
he's
beach.
telling the truth.
Right. And I'll take him to the center beach and just kind of have him in plain view of everybody, and make sure servants are there to assist him. And I think there will generally be, but more importantly, I think there'll be a show of like, I got Spudnik with me, who maybe I'm trying to like nudge along, like, let's make this like a, let's, tie up. But I'll say, Lord Frost, your family conducted themselves bravely during that battle. Clearly the target was the ship. This must have been whoever was responsible for this, an affront on both our houses.
Indeed, you are right. There must have been some evil intentions at play for this otherworldly creature to come and ruin such a harmonious gathering. We shall have the ship that we have sold you searched diligently for any sort of nefarious curse or ill will placed upon it.
You honor us greatly, Lord Frost, and be assured that you will have Lord Sterling or House Sterling's full support in getting to the bottom of this attack.
Was anyone harmed? Is everyone all right?
Yes. No. I'll gesture to the top of the blood-smeared dog.
He searches around seemingly for his son and his granddaughter, and he sees his granddaughter in the arms of Nicholas, and he rushes over and grabs her out of your arms, Nicholas, and he says, "Emily, is she okay?"
She is fine. She just fainted. I think this was an ordeal for her. For all of us.
And he like looks at you for a moment in the eyes, just for a second, and then he says, "Well, thank you for your help." And he turns away from you as Lady the Countess Selova, Shadowby Frost, and her husband, the Earl David Frost, run up to their daughter and make sure that she's okay, and they use a little bit of a smelling salt, and Lady Emily wakes up and assures them that she's okay. And Nicholas, your mother, runs up to you and starts fussing over you.
Mom, Mother, I'm fine. Please stop. Please
Nicholas, I
stop.
saw you engage with the beast. You should not have risked yourself.
What would you want me to do? Stand here and stumble around like father?
Do you know what you carry on your shoulders? You are the future of our house. You need to protect yourself. I never want to see you do something like that again.
Mother, if I am the heir of House Sterling, I need to act like the goddamn heir of House Sterling.
Man.
Unfortunately, you don't have to do neither of that. and I come in slouching with like my clothes is like hanging.
All soaking wet.
Dominic.
Yeah.
Seeing Dominic wet, Nicholas will cast Prestidigitation to dry him and put him back together.
Thank you.
Anytime.
You did well.
As did you.
Seems all that tutoring, private tutoring, paid off, huh?
Both of your
Davenor
mother
is-
says, Dominic, tell your brother not to engage in such dangerous things anymore.
How old are you again, brother?
I'm 18.
He is only
Dominic,
18.
18. Mother, I'm 18. You want to marry me off. If I want to fight, I can fight.
We all have a duty to the family. And Aunt Alice
Yes.
walks up and she says, did you all see Dominic's heroism? Oh, I see you cleaned off. That's good. Dominic did just fine against the beast. And Nicholas, you did quite splendidly as well.
Thank you, Aunt Alice. Well, if that's all, Mother, I think I shall go see if Eleanor needs any assistance.
Oh no, you are going straight to the carriages. We must make sure that there is no lasting damage. Who knows what could have happened?
I'll see to this. Brother, shall we get going? And I kind of like grab him by the shoulder and then just kind of like align his eyes with mine.
I don't need a babysitter. If I want to help Eleanor, I will help Eleanor.
My eyes just kind of like open wide, and he's kind of like just like you know, like trying to like point his eyes behind him, and then kind of like wink without like her noticing.
You see your mother, Nicholas, as Dominic's trying to be like, ugh. You see your mother's eyes flash violet, and she just says, I am only trying to protect you. But that's fine. All I have done to protect our family, your father didn't. That's fine. I will make sure all of the staff are fine. And you can do whatever you please, Nicholas. And she storms off, hiking up her dress so it doesn't get all over the sand any more than it's already dirty.
Such a drama queen.
Aunt Alice leans in and
brother.
she says, your mother has long-reaching ears. I would suggest you keep your comments until you are sure she cannot hear you.
What is she gonna do? Kill her investment?
Nicholas, you are more than an investment to her. You know that.
Yes, but if she was... And Nicholas is gonna stop mid-sentence. And it's like... And I think for the first time he'll look Dominic in the eyes with his very blue, very piercing eyes. And is gonna go, I will meet you at the carriages, brother. And walk past him.
I'll see to it that he's on the right track. Fear not. Thank you for your time, and he'll slowly follow behind, like right behind Nicholas.
Alice is gonna watch you two for just a moment, sigh, and then turn to do some PR, HR work with the Frosts, make sure that Crystal and Latham are doing well, that Lord Demden is not too hurt, and just start helping with some of the social facilitating. Yes, all of it.
Sorry to keep bumping in. There's just so much to do.
No, that's okay.
If I see Nicholas going for the carriages, as an individual with a certain flair for story and adventuring, I'm not in that stand. I want to shoot a message to Nicholas, and I'll say, Nicholas, before you go, I need your help on the beach. It's immediate, please, right now.
Nicholas, without hesitation, turns on his heels and walks towards Uncle Oliver.
Nicholas? The
Yeah,
carriages,
Nicholas.
they're that way.
Oh, sorry.
Need a moment, brother.
Where are you going?
Important family business.
I told my Aunt Alice that I would watch over you. I'm coming with you. I was headed to the docks before I overheard you.
Nicholas, roll me a perception check. Dove, please roll me a stealth check as you are trying to make your way back up with the throng of people.
Uh, 18.
23.
18.
As you guys turn and you start going back down the beach, Nicholas, you like catch a quick little like flicker of movement and red hair, and you think it's Dove. Dominic, you very clearly see Dove duck behind a boulder halfway up the beach.
Brother, you go on ahead. I'm going to check out that boulder over there.
So Nicholas is going to hear that and grab Dominic by the shoulder and say, brother, it is improper to be with a young lady in private without an escort. You could ruin your reputation and Dove's. Please come with me to Uncle Oliver. She is more than capable of handling herself.
Right, but I have questions.
And there will be time for answers.
Wait, you think me and her?
Brother, it does not matter what is true. It is only matter what the perception is.
The perception is...
People like to talk, whether it's true or not. Yes, you and Dove have been spending quite a bit of alone time on the docks, in the gardens, training. If it gets out, rumors will spread. You will hurt your chances of a marriage. You will hurt her chances of success and movement.
Did I hear you speaking about Dove? And you turn.
No.
And you see the lady's maid to your mother, Emma Parsons, standing there. You guys lasted pretty long. I was rolling to see if anyone overheard the name, but she caught you eventually. And she says, haven't seen her in a...
Nicholas will turn on his heel and say, yes, we were speaking of Dove. She is handling important business for the heir of Sterling House. And what business is it of yours?
Begging your lord's pardon, I didn't mean any offense.
Well, I think...
Forgiven.
I think someone should learn to keep their nose out of business that does not involve them, please.
I'm terribly sorry, my lord. It's just that his lordship, Lord Frost, was asking for her. I was just seeing where she was gotten off to.
Well, she is handling business for me privately. If Lord Frost needs to discuss anything with her, he will go through me.
Of course, your lordship.
Now,
Your pardon, and she
Mother's
does a curtsy.
Mother's probably needing your assistance. I'd be grateful if you could assist her with whatever she's gotten into.
Yes, of course. And she gives a curtsy to Dominic as well, and she hurries off.
And Nicholas just kind of slumps. I don't want to be the bad guy.
Yeah, I would suggest talking to Eleanor about that. She gave me quite the talking one time. Other than that,
Uncle Oliver needs us. Come on, brother. And Nicholas will kind of grab his shoulder and start pushing him. Come on.
Brother, hold on.
Nope,
give
nope.
me...
Nope, we're going to see Uncle Oliver.
Message cantrip. Gentlemen, waiting!
All right,
Oliver,
then.
Please roll me a perception check. Dominic and Nicholas, roll me perception checks at disadvantage. Dove, roll me another stealth check at advantage.
6.
Oh,
Jeez, you're rolling
I'm rolling like
garbage.
crap tonight, man. I don't know.
Dirty 20.
5.
Diet 20.
15.
Diet 20, that's great.
I got a nat 1 too.
I thought I did good with disadvantage, but nope, Dove's gone.
You guys try to keep watch as you kind of stumble down the beach a little farther, and Dominic, you even like step a little closer, and you guys can't see any sign of her anymore.
She will be fine, brother. You know she can handle herself. Uncle Oliver needs our help.
A lord has requested a servant to meet.
Yes, and he will not get that meeting. He will have to wait. As of right now, Uncle Oliver needs us. So
Oliver,
please.
you just see them like taking a couple steps and talking, taking a couple steps and talking,
I know.
a couple steps and talking.
Hold on,
I'll
why
send a
am I
message to
listening
both of
to
them,
this?
and I'll say, am I going to need to separate you two?
Yes, you do. Hello?
And one of you come here, and the other of you fuck off.
All right. Dominic, do what you're going to do. Don't embarrass the family. And he's going to, like, slap his face a little bit playfully. You got this. And walk off.
Team
I'm
Nicholas
older, you know.
forever. 5 ever.
I'm older, you know.
I'm bigger than you.
I'm bigger than you.
That's what
My
I would
marble
say if I was
collection's bigger.
Dominic. I'd be like, what the?
If Nicholas finally arrives, the 50 feet it takes to get to me.
Sorry.
No, it's all good. It's all good. As Nicholas gets there, and does Dominic come? Or does he decide to go with Dub? Go to Dub? He's going to regret that, man.
Again.
I take as everybody's sort of in the middle here. There's Spudnik, there's Lord Frost. Is definitely the center of attention. And I, of course, am the center of attention. I'm going to sort of say, House Frost, House Sterling, behold! And I will take Nicholas's hand, also raise it high, and I'll say, the Slayer of the Kelpie, wielder of lightning, Nicholas Sterling, heir to House Sterling.
Okay.
Lady Emily sits up and she just... And everyone but Lord Demden gives a round of applause. He thinks applause is beneath him, apparently.
I shoot him a dirty look.
He gives you
very
a dirty
visibly.
look back. As he
I
does.
will say, I will put my hands on Nicholas's shoulder and say, for enough for everyone to hear, I'll say, Nicholas, you fought worthy as anyone on this speech, perhaps more so than any other, for you saved us this day. Let none forget here that Nicholas Sterling is a gentleman of House Sterling and one worthy of honor, who has displayed himself with courage and valor, who I'm proud to call my nephew.
And Lady Emily will stand up and she'll say, though we are looking for different things, I would like to formally request Lord Nicholas as my companion to the first ball of the season.
Nicholas will bow and say, "It'll be my honor, Lady Emily."
Yes, it will. And she kind of giggles.
I like her. I like her a lot. I'll applaud. I'll begin an applause for Nicholas.
Applauding, and then she comes up and whispers to you, Nicholas, and she says, "We can wingman for each other."
Nice.
I appreciate that very much.
Besides, my mother is a shadow bee. I think you might get a couple more eyes turned your way if you're on my arm.
I trust your knowledge and your experience in court. If you think this is the right move, I will follow your lead.
I don't really care what the right move is. Whatever I do is the right move. They'll all have to stuff it.
Nicholas is like, I like her very much.
Everyone's clapping and looking at you two and saying, "Oh, this will be so great!" And Lady Frost is saying to Lady Sterling, the mothers are like, "Oh, how wonderful!" And we'll have to make sure they are matching perfectly for the first event. Usually, the first ball of the season is the Ashton family's masquerade, so we'll have to come up with some matching costumes, yada yada yada.
Gotcha. This is pretty par for the course. Lets his.
Wait, you cut out. What'd you say?
This is par for the course for Nicholas, so he just lets Mother.
Dominic,
have I finished? Oh. Have I finished fishing people out of the water while Oliver gives Nicholas all of the credit for just doing?
Yeah. As Oliver has already started the after party of accolades, you are sludging out of the sea, completely soaking, your boots full of sand, helping the last scrawny older servant gentleman, just putting a little towel around him.
Yeah, that tracks. It really does.
We're doing damage control in different ways. You're helping the innocent, I'm helping the family. We're all doing our part.
Yeah. I rolled to see how well I keep my face from the emotions I'm feeling. I rolled a nat 1. So it's very clear on my face that I'm not necessarily happy.
A voice next to you says, "You don't look well, Lady Eleanor."
I looked at who it is.
It is your dearest friend, Lord Latham.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it's my buddy. I'm just gonna go check on him anyway.
He says, there's a really fascinating book on Kelpies at our library that you're welcome to borrow if you so wish.
I actually would much appreciate that. I planned on looking into Kelpies after this, all things considered.
Well, Father might, but Uncle and Auntie never let anyone come over, so I would have to bring it to you.
I would appreciate the company.
Did you notice if the Kelpie was male or female?
It appeared female. I was actually going to go investigate a little bit if I could find the remains.
You must be careful, for the slime coating the tail portion can be very irritating to the skin.
I appreciate the information.
Why is your face so sour?
Maybe I've caught a chill.
I've never caught a chill. And he stares off into the water.
I stare off with him for a moment.
Would you like
I'm
to
showing
get another-
interest.
Lady Crystal,
the
romance
in
I'm
a
talking
moment of
about.
silence. Lady Crystal steps up on your other side, looks at you two, and then just looks out over the water.
I look off with them. I'm feeling the vibes. I'm feeling the vibes with these.
Welcome to the inner circle.
Lord, no, your mother, no, not your mother. Lord
Oh,
Sputnik comes up behind you and he says, Eleanor, stop wasting time. We have things to do on the beach.
You take one moment.
Jesus.
My apologies, Uncle. I was finishing up helping the last of the staff out of the water, and I was taking a moment to check in on our new friends.
New friends? And then he like looks at the two twins like he's just noticed them and he says, oh, very good day. It's your
yes,
names escape me.
Late, Uncle. These are the Lords Latham and Lady Crystal.
Ah, well met. It's good to see you unharmed by the beast.
Yes, thank you, Uncle. I'll be along shortly.
They just kind of are like still looking out over the water. Eleanor, this is no time to talk about this, okay? We have to do things on the beach now. But well done.
Thank you, Uncle. Lady Crystal, Lord Latham, and she kind of like gives a little bow and takes her leave to go investigate the Kelpie.
Okay. You go out. You can go out to the shortest dock, where it kind of slipped under the waves, and see if its body has been washing up at all.
Yeah, I will do that.
Okay, roll me an investigation check.
I'm kind of good at those. A 19.
Okay.
Hey.
You see, it's hard to tell because the water is dark and roiling a little bit, and it's nighttime, and lots of the lanterns have started to get taken down. But you can see what looks like seaweed at first, but you kind of bend down and look a little closer, and it looks like a shredded piece of the Kelpie's tail, kind of rolling in the waves.
I'll use my mage hand to try and grab onto it.
Okay, you can grab onto it with your mage hand. The mage hand's not necessarily strong enough to pull it anywhere, but you managed to pull up just enough of it to see that it is a large tail.
Okay.
There's a
I'm gonna
thin membrane
like hold.
between the spines.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and hold on to it with my mage hand, and I'm sure there's like a length of rope or something around that I could like fashion a loop in order to pull it out with my strength as opposed to the mage hand strength.
Roll me a sleight of hand to lash this slippery tail
I
that's
did it,
in the water.
My mage hand doesn't give me help. A 14, not bad.
Okay. Okay.
Ooh.
Yeah, I will say that you managed to at least get a temporary lasso around this tail.
Yeah, I'll just kind of tug it along, see if I can get it to shore.
Okay. You
With
pull it in
using
the
my
water.
mage hand to kind of guide it. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank goodness it's in the water, actually, because it's a lot lighter as you pull it in with the waves. And you manage to time it and then pull it with a big heave right when one of the waves crashes on the beach so that it kind of banks it on the sand. And
Great.
what you see is kind of this horrific, half-morphed Kelpie / woman horse thing. Like it was mid-transition when it finally like gave up its last breath.
Okay. Are Kelpies something that like are commonplace in? Nope.
Not
Okay.
like you've never heard of it or they're supposed to not exist, but like very very rare.
Okay. Okay, I wanna keep this thing. I'm gonna like shoot off some messages, see if I can wrangle Owen over.
He is at your side within a few minutes. He says, "I'm so sorry. I was at the carriages trying to, organize."
Everything's well. Can you see about finding some of the sailors to perhaps? Oh, yes, yes. Kelpie. It's okay. It's dead.
You want to keep it, don't you?
I do want to keep it.
Yep.
Yeah. So see about finding some of the deckhands. See if we can get this in a barrel. See if we can find somewhere to take it. Maybe in the city, some sort of I can't think of the word right now. Who researches creatures? Biologists of some sort.
Yes. They do have some magical creature,
Yes.
monster experts at the university, I think.
Yes.
We
Yes,
might need a
that
wheelbarrow.
sounds
I don't think this will fit in any of the barrels that we have here on the coast. I'll get
right.
some of the deckhands
Wheelbarrow
to...
for now.
Yes.
Okay, maybe we can find some sort of crate, or we can build a crate. That's what wood is for. No?
That is what wood is for. Absolutely it is. You are
Exactly.
insane, and I love you. All right, I will go find some deckhands.
Thank you,
And
Owen.
he fixes his hair and just is like, okay. And he rushes off.
Write letter to Academy of Knowledge. Okay. I guess that was everything that I wanted to do. I'll go back to shore, I guess, where it seemed that I was so needed. Just let Nicholas handle it all.
I want to know where Dominic was going after Nicholas patted his cheek.
Hopefully the therapist.
Yeah, so Dominic kind of just gets out of the shore, and he's just kind of touches his cheek, and he says, "How dare that little brat?" And just kind of just pounding to, and
yeah, okay, yeah.
Yeah, just kind of kids, he's kind of kicking the dirt, and and then he realizes, oh yeah, Dove was headed in a certain direction, and so he's probably gonna go try to find and get some answers, basically to see if what attacked them today was related to what attacked her, and to see if if she would pose danger towards the family and stuff, or like would bring danger. You know, kind of get those kind of
compare
answers.
Stories. Roll
Yeah.
me another perception or investigation check to see if you can find her. And Dove, roll me a stealth again.
$17.
Ah, yes, the wonderful Nat 1.
Dominic, you
Nicholas
are
is in your head.
you are looking for Dove when Lady Maeve comes up to you and she grasps your arm and she says, "Oh, good Dominic, I found you. We need someone with muscles to come up to the carriages. There's people trying to get in our carriages. We need to have someone blocking the way so nobody gets into the family's carriages."
It would be a pleasure. I would
Make
love
haste. And she has a napkin up to her face and she's like dabbing at her nose as she rushes back up the path.
to. And how are you faring? Are you all right?
My nerves are shot. I may not be able to come out of my room for days after this. As soon as we get home, I am taking a hot bath. Oh, but I can't even imagine going near water right now. I'll never be able to take a bath again. I'll have to have Glenn scrub me down. Oh, and then Glenn almost dies. She goes off and almost drowns on me when I'm in a time of need.
The feeling's quite neutral. I can't stand water at this moment. I mean, that's not gonna stop me from taking a bath, of course, but
Well, we all
you get the
can't
point.
have your constitution, Dominic. Now come, make haste and make use of those muscles.
At once. All right.
And Dominic, you go up and you don't, it doesn't seem like there's hordes of the servants trying to get into the family's carriages, but people are scared and no one seems to be in her carriage yet. But she gets in and then opens the curtain in the window and she says, "Make sure no one tries to break in. I can't handle another confrontation right now." And she closes the curtain.
Right.
Oh, and tell Glenn to hurry up and dry off so she can get in here and see to my nerves.
Okay.
Poor Glenn.
I'll call around for Glenn. Do you know where he might be, or
She?
she?
She says, "Oh, she was sitting down somewhere wrapped in a blanket."
Oh, thank God she's alive. Okay.
Yeah, you didn't even. That's fair. You're like, did she make it out? You see, like 20 feet away, over by where the servant's carriage is parked, you see Glenn on the ground, and someone's giving her a cup of tea, and she's just like silent, sobbing.
Yeah, Dominic just kind of just looks at the carriage and then back at Glenn, and you know, he has a smile on her face, like on his face, and I guess maybe like, you know, the bit of help that he tried to do in the water kind of just, you know, fills him up with a little bit of joy and, you know, I guess worthiness to to one of his causes. And I guess he approaches, you know, Glenn after doing a couple of double takes from the carriage back and forth, and he'll just say, "She'll be fine," and
They did.
She's fine.
Glenn looks up at you through her tears and, as ever, kind of ruddy-faced, pink-cheeked, and she says, "They told me that you jumped in to save me. Thank you."
Dominic kind of like just crouches down and just says, you know, a great person once told me that, you know, you and I are not that far apart. You know, I may be, you know, in such a grand position or privilege, some would say. But I really do feel that that perhaps we're a lot more alike, possibly.
You can't swim either?
No, I can swim.
That's good.
What I meant was, your life was worth saving just as much as any lord or lordess, and you know, you have value to this family. And
Sweetest thing anyone's ever said.
right, there. Well, anyways, how about you go into that carriage? I believe you still have some unfinished work to do.
Yes, you're right. Beauty is the greatest distraction. Sure, her ladyship is just beside herself, and here I am being selfish and sitting down.
Hey, and you work your butt off so you may forget all those horrible memories that plague your mind.
I don't know if I'll ever sleep again.
Perhaps if you work really hard, and I think that might help with the sleep.
Oh, exhaust yourself.
Christ.
She says, she starts kind of waddling away, and then she turns and she says, I don't think everyone would have made the same efforts as you, let alone jumped into the water. I won't forget this. Thank you. And she heads over to Lady Maeve's carriage.
As any lord would do to protect his servants, you know, head of the house, you know, just remember.
Staff, Dominic.
Staff, servant.
No.
What's the difference?
There's a difference.
Eleanor's more upset about like the wording of the help, the staff, and Nicholas is like, "You're not the head of the house."
And no one else is there anyway, so we don't even hear
Priorities.
this.
No.
Yeah, basically all you hear is like
From far away, Eleanor's like,
like
Something hurts.
No, we're all watching from the back. We're like, wow, Dominic's really he's really made a change. He's connecting with the staff, and he's doing a great job. I can look at him.
Go work real
You're
hard to
traumatized.
exhaust yourself so that you can sleep at night.
You're traumatized to work harder.
Yeah.
Okay.
Jesus.
Here's a broom.
That's Dominic's trauma response. Work harder.
remember, hard work makes the dream work.
Jesus.
How this thing goes.
Remember, your hard work makes our dream work.
Basically.
That was so
Oh
great.
my
Okay.
god.
You can't do all this saving without you doing your job.
Your hard work saves us from minor inconveniences. Thank
You
you.
owe us now.
Yeah.
What was it that you said last time, Eleanor?
Which time?
It was like the difference between you and me is poverty or something like that.
I definitely did not say that.
Holding that over you.
I
That
did
is
not
definitely
say
what
that.
Eleanor said.
Yeah, she said that.
Word for word.
Oh my god.
Something
you
like
suck.
that. Something like that.
Okay,
Not
Dove.
ever.
You make it
Yeah.
up a more difficult way
Get
up
us out
towards
here.
where the carriages are. And you manage to get on the far side of the carriages, so on the non-ocean side. And you are leaning against the other side of Lady Maeve's carriage, actually, since they were first to park. And they were at the front of the queue. And you can hear Glenn inside trying not to cry as she consoles Lady Maeve, who herself is half real crying, half anxiety fake crying.
Yeah, and I feel so bad about Glenn and about kicking her in the face when I was trying to help her, and like legitimately I'm like, I should not even be around her right now because I just make stuff worse. I was supposed to find Oliver's valet, right?
I offered his assistance to you. Yes.
Yeah.
His name's Charles.
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 So I could look for him or for Dominic, whoever I find first. Up there, sneakily.
You see Oliver's valet sitting in the driver position of the fourth carriage. And you can kind of see him if you look down the line of the carriages. You see him sitting up there watching everything, just kind of with a slightly interested expression, like he sees a lot of crazy things, and he probably thought this was more exciting than what would have happened if nothing had happened.
Yeah, I'm gonna go over to him and say, fun day, huh?
It looked like it.
Yeah.
Though I was all the way up here.
Oh, good for you. I should have also been all the way up here.
You look like you were caught in the Kelpie's song. You're all sopping wet.
That and then some.
Are you in need of assistance?
Yeah, his lordship offered to have you. I don't want to take the whole carriage. I need to get out of here.
You need to get out of here. Are you in danger?
Yeah. Someone invisible tried to kill me and thinks they got away with it, and I don't want them to get any the wiser.
See. Actually, I don't see it. It's like the thing you just said there. Well, perhaps, I mean, it would be, I'm probably not as great a help as his lordship would be, and he glances over and, about 20 paces away is Dominic, kind of looking around, helping direct people, and he says, there's not any extra carriages, but you could have his lordship start walking you, or I suppose you could get in the carriage now and I could watch the entrances, not let anyone in.
Yeah,
I mean, you're her ladyship's lady maid. I mean, if you want to take a whole carriage, who am I to stop you? If his lordship Oliver says that, then
how can I, okay, what if, okay, I want to come in, and then if And if any of... It's been a day. Okay. If Lord Oliver, Lady Eleanor, Lord Dominic, or Lord Nicholas come by, we could... I'd be okay with them coming in the carriage with me. Can you block people from coming in without being suspicious?
I don't rightly know if I'd be able to block his lordship Sputnik or her ladyship Nicole, or her ladyship Alice, but I could let them know that you're maybe indecent inside.
I'm sure you can come up with something. And I want to just climb into the carriage.
Right-o, I'll come up with something.
And I want to try and be like, Dominic, psst, Dominic, as I go in.
He just kind of motions his hands like what the hell? And yeah, Dominic will just fast walk over to her.
Oh,
Yeah, and I
excuse me,
duck
your
behind a
lordship.
curtain at this point.
The wee halfling inside is indecent.
No, he's on the list. He's fine.
Oh, yeah, you're good.
You work for me.
Begging your pardon, your lordship, but I work for your lordship Uncle Oliver.
Just come inside. Come on.
All right. I'm gonna have to talk with my uncle about you.
Bring it. Talk to me about it.
Nah, it was just an empty threat, but you have some explaining to do. You do know that, right?
Yeah.
Was what happened to you? Was it related to this whole monster incident?
Oh, I don't know what that. I don't know what the hell that was about. I don't know if that was. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know where to start. Lord Oliver, he said that Lord Frost was trying to find me.
Yes, I heard. Someone spoke to that friend of yours. The other staff member, servant.
Glenn?
Not Glenn.
Betsy?
Perhaps. I'm bad with these names.
Emma? I start listing off a bunch of names.
I think it was Emma.
Oh, Emma. What? Okay.
Yeah, said that Lord Frost was looking for her, for you.
Well, I think he found me.
What does he want with you?
To finish me off, I guess. I think that's what happened. I think that was him in the water.
I stabbed the Lord?
Maybe? I mean, would you have done any different if you could see him? Maybe.
I stabbed the Lord?
Probably yes, because I'm just a servant and he's the Lord Frost and...
As if my reputation... You know what? Doesn't matter. I have to think of my family. Is your presence going to put my family in danger?
I think it might. And I should just, you're right. I should just disappear. I'll go, I can I'll just go ahead and go. I don't need to go home with you guys. I'll just...
Hold on. I did not say that. Internal problems require internal solutions, and I kind of micromanaged my way into managing the staff alongside Miss Whitaker, and but I will need to talk this out with my cousin and my uncle, and perhaps Nicholas too, since Emma, spilled the beans. I guess he's a part of this too now. If there is a problem going on, I intend to fix it. And okay, but there will be some rule changes. You and I are gonna spend a lot less time together. Because there's apparently Nicholas thinks you and I are a pair or something like that. And I can't have that ruin my image. Not to say that there's anything wrong with you. It's just I have how can I put it? I'm me, and you're you.
I'm a maid. Yeah. No, it's... I don't think I should even be working for the family anymore. I think I didn't mean to get you guys involved in anything. I didn't...
I believe it's already too late for that. I stabbed the Lord.
Sorry.
That's all right.
Sorry.
It's definitely not all right, but the Sterlings had definitely seen their fair share of hard times, and we rose above that. Some say it was luck. I say it was hard work, ambition, and determination. But I think, actually, there must be something that you know that the Frost family might want. And I think you telling me that, or keeping you alive, is a way to put the Sterling family in a better position in terms of the hierarchy here.
You want to blackmail the Frost family?
Not blackmail. I mean, it depends on what you know. But this may give us leverage if they decide to, I don't know, perhaps throw another horse at us or whatever that creature is.
Well, hopefully that doesn't happen again. Should I...
Dove, I just want to let you know you're safe. Okay? You're welcome in our home. But I will need to talk about this with the others. Yeah. And I need to get out of this carriage because I already hear them whispering.
Could I have showed up with these two by now to head out?
Right before you show up, your valet says, kind of towards the carriage, says, "Yeah, especially since I said she was indecent. I'm sorry."
I look down at my sopping wet clothes. I'm probably missing my apron. My hat's gone for sure. And I'm one shoe's probably missing at this point.
Yeah.
It's probably accurate anyway, but yeah, we need to get some other people in here or me out of here.
Oliver, you can show up first, if you'd like.
Yeah.
As everyone is gathering around Nicholas and Lady Emily, talking about their appearance at the first ball of the season and how great that will be. You could have slipped away.
I think I would have liked to have tried to bring. I think, like, because we can see the carriages on the hill, right? Like from the beach.
Yeah, just like the top half of the carriages, probably.
Excellent. So as I see that Charles has not taken Dove, I will like be like, okay, we need to go deal with this. So I would try and just like grab Eleanor and Nicholas and say whatever excuse I need to say to get them going. I say like, but it has been a long day. We need to be getting back to this House Sterling, surely as all House Frost is as well. And I want to see if I can corral, if they wish to, Eleanor and Nicholas up towards the carriage and
Lady
just like join
Nicole
in on
Sterling and Lady Frost, the Marchioness Frost, have Nicholas and Emily standing side by side, and they're comparing their complexions to see which color would best suit both of them as they're wearing matching outfits to the ball. And Lady Eleanor, your niece, is currently directing some muscly, dirty dockmen on how big this wheelbarrow apparently needs to be that she's having them build for her.
All right, if that's the case,
I'm building a crate, not a wheelbarrow.
Yeah. If that's the case, I'll shoot private messages to each individual. I'll start with Eleanor. I'll say, Eleanor, as you're hard at work at gathering our enemy, would you prefer to do that, or would you like to possibly learn a little bit more about what happened here today?
Definitely the latter. I'll be in a moment.
Very well, meet me at my carriage. I'm going to try and corral Nick. Or Nicholas. Ooh, I almost gave him a nickname. That was close. And I'll message Nicholas, who is in the throes of all that, and I'll say, are you enjoying the spotlight, or would you rather get to the bottom of what's happened today? Your choice, and I don't mean to make any insistence upon you. You can reply to this message.
Seems like I'm a good distraction for the moment.
All right. You did well today, Nicholas. We'll talk
me.
later. Very well. You did well today. We'll talk later, Nicholas. And I'll, as all of that whole conversation happened, I'll have waited on Eleanor if she was truly going to be a moment. And then
I give my final. Yeah, I give my final directions to the dock workers for building my crate to
Owen
ship
is
this
also
thing to the
standing
academy.
there with a pad of paper
Yeah.
and a quill.
Yeah, and so I'll just give him some short notes. It's going to be sent to the whoever the magical creature monster researcher is at the academy. I'll also tell him that I'll follow up with a letter to Master Bernard Scarcliffe about what is coming, as well as a letter to the head of research there, or whatever they would be considered. And I'll just give him directions on, like, where to send it, attention to who, blah, 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 so on and so forth. All that.
You,
as well as to have whoever I have, like, captaining the ship, as well as, like, the quartermaster and all that, to make sure that the boat is in good condition after any and all damage that it took from the Kelpie.
Great.
And then I skedaddle.
You notice as you're dictating this to Owen very quickly that he's like writing, and instead of writing the academy, he writes the church accidentally instead. And you're like, no, the academy, but you look at him and his ears are bright red, and you follow his gaze, and there's this buff, beefy dock woman that is like giving him eyes as she's lugging lumber around, and he's just like,
I take a moment to look with him.
You're both of you just
nod.
Rock, paper, scissors.
Just the both of us kind of looking on. And I'm just gonna kind of like clap him on the back. It's like, The notes
What?
can wait for later.
Oh, sorry. And he scribbles out some of the stuff, and then like realizes the nib of the quill was on the paper, and it had just kind of started bleeding all over, and he was like, don't worry, I have everything in hand. And he kind of does a little like, keeps looking at the chick who's like lifts up a big beam on her shoulder and just kind of stares right at him as she like walks it over to the dead Kelpie.
I'm just gonna say, like, after he says, I've got everything in hand, I'm just gonna say, "Otu," and walk away.
His whole forehead gets red as well as his ears.
Oh man, I like messing with Owen. Okay, yep, and I'll scurry on after my uncle.
So I'll just walk up the hill and I'll say, "How are you doing, Eleanor? That was quite a. I have to say, I've been through some exciting ribbon cutting ceremonies, but this one takes the cake."
I cannot say that I've ever experienced a ribbon cutting ceremony of this sort, or any ceremony, to be honest.
Well, I could tell you about some I've been to, but let's focus on this one, why don't we? Also, like, we'll go up to the carriage. Also say, by the way, Eleanor, exceptional use of catapult. Exceptional.
Yes, well, I wasn't expecting anything like that to happen. It was all that I had.
I wasn't either. If I expected it, I wouldn't have worn this whole thing. And I'll open up the carriage for. I'll say, Charles, is she in there, Charles?
There are 2 in there, your lordship, and hopefully they're both decent.
Well, who the fuck is in there with her? I sent her here to get the fuck out of here, Charles.
We are quite decent.
We need to have a talk about.
He opened the door.
Unattended with a woman.
Yeah, I open it like pretty quickly and like look at like just like pin Dominic with this look like, what the fuck are you doing?
All right. Oh, okay. All right, Eleanor, you're right, but maybe later. We have more bigger fish to fry. I know we have bigger fish to fry, but not now. No, close the door. I'll be like, okay, Charles, take us home. Take us home now.
Immediately.
Please and thank you.
And you guys start trundling away.
Wait.
Leaving Nicholas in the jaws of the mothers.
I would have saved him, but you wanted it. I'll say, so, Dove, you are perhaps the most interesting person in Regency Era right now.
I sure hope.
Oh, listen to my horse. There it goes.
It's so perfect.
Oh, here comes a bump.
Oh. No, I say I promise I really try not to be interesting.
Okay. Dove, if you don't mind me asking you, just who are you really?
All this
I'm gonna
lady's maid.
Huh?
Said all this fuss just for a lady's maid.
Just I am a lady's maid. That's all. I
would hope so. You've been working for us for what is it? 6 years now?
So then
I've put your family at risk. I've put your reputation at risk.
Yes, and I nearly saved your life from the waters. I think you at least owe it to me. You know?
Yeah.
You tell me who you are.
I lied on my resume when you all hired me.
I imagine so, but let's make one thing very clear here before we proceed, Dove. I think you have 2 options presently. You are entitled to your internet, your whoever you are and whatever you did in your past life. You're entitled to all of that, and I commend you for your cunning. And I think your options are is that you can if you wish to protect all of that, you can, of course, strike it out on your own, but I'd much rather recommend that you let us know who you are, and we can keep the adventure going for a little while longer.
Adventure's fine and all, Uncle, but what I care for is the safety of this family.
Well, she's been working for us for 6 years. That makes her family.
I agree.
That's really sweet.
Besides, who would Eleanor have to hang out with if you're not around?
Yes, how would I
He
get
just
my
gives her like a
messages to
friendly
her?
pat on the arm. Just like,
How could I possibly get my messages to her?
Send them in the
You know?
mail.
Aw.
Hmm.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
who are you?
I want to look at Eleanor. Just I feel terrible, and so I just want to look at Eleanor with this just very guilty look on my face, and I want to say, my name isn't Dove Broadhall. My name is Aladove Quickspell. I'm just a lady's maid. I've always been just a lady's maid, and less than that even. I used to work for the Frost. Gosh, more than half a lifetime ago. And I went somewhere I shouldn't have, somewhere a friend of mine told me to go, and Lord Daniel Frost, he saw me and where I shouldn't have been, and he dismissed me, and he sent me off to the islands to work as a governess for some family he knows, but it was terrible, and the children were cruel, and I hated it, and I couldn't stay there, and so I left them, and I came back to the mainland, even though Lord Frost told me not to, and I saw there was a family who needed some help, and I signed on to work for you guys, and I didn't know you would be what you are, and I'm sorry.
there is, I think, no need to be sorry. You're in a tough spot and you needed some help, and you have indeed helped us for many years. And I'll be damned if House Sterling isn't going to afford you every protection.
It's a lot. I don't deserve it, but thank you.
Well, I think it wouldn't be
honest-
very... I'll look at Dominic and I'll say it wouldn't be very gentlemanly to leave a lady out on the street, would it?
Of course not.
Well, I mean, Lord Frost, I think it was him who tried to kill me tonight, and I think he thinks that I'm dead. And if he finds out that I'm not, I mean, what? I can't put you guys. I should just. You can drop me off right here. I can go. I don't.
Oh, I will hear no more of this.
Yeah.
Dropping you off on the side of the
I'm
road.
sorry. What was her name again?
Alado, you can keep calling me Dev. That's fine.
Oh, well, Dove.
What?
Go ahead.
What was the last name? Aladov?
Quick spell.
Quick spell, thank you.
What exactly was it that you saw?
I saw Lord Frost with another woman. Not his wife.
Blue eyes.
Anyone I know?
I don't know. I didn't see that well.
I
saw enough.
Fair
All
enough.
right.
Fair enough.
So that explains why he has it out for you.
Well, I think we have two options, friends, and I'll look at Eleanor and Dominic, and of course you're part of the Common Association, Dove, and I'll say, I think we need to play to our strengths here. We've, in the wake of all of this, secured the ideas with House Frost that we have had some great victory together, and they probably think us great fools right now, which can be to our advantage. They might underestimate us. So I think we have two options here. I think we keep our good Dove quiet within the household. We don't keep her on display or anything of the like, and keep them from asking questions or insisting upon her arrival. Or there's another option before us to keep her out of reach of House Frost, because it would incur a great challenge to their behalf. Well, which is somebody adopts her into the family. To attack Dove at that point would be to attack a Sterling, which would be to incur the wrath of House Sterling, which would be to incur the wrath of House Shadowby.
I mean, already any threats or any attempts against her is an attempt against House Sterling. Just because they are our staff does not mean that they are not our responsibilities. They are an extension of us.
Certainly. And I'm well aware of that, but you cannot deny the fact that an attack on our staff is different than an attack on a member of the family.
Yes, of course.
Dove, how are you feeling at this moment?
If you put me in your family, that's definitely been their faces. That
how exactly
the repercussions that you guys could have.
I mean, to be honest,
they've already brazenly attacked us out in the open. I mean, not brazenly out in the open per se, but they made quite a spectacle of their attack on you, and they did it with us all there regardless.
The Kelpie?
Do we think
I think the Kelpie was sent by them.
Do we think this whole thing, the ship offering it to us, the Kelpie, all of it was all to get towards Dove?
I think so, because why would they not give us it at such a great price to begin with?
Could I ask a quick question?
Not to get us to a meeting place.
Sorry, not to interrupt. What is the relationship between House Frost and House Stormont? Does anyone know if there's a relationship there?
You guys can roll me a history check.
Okay.
I'll roll a history check. I'll also take out my book, the Songbook of Regency Era, to gain a +4 to this check. That's going to be
14.
14. I got 22. A 14 too.
What did you get, Oliver?
22.
Yeah, buddy.
Nice.
You know all the connections.
There doesn't seem to be any great relationship or past history of interest there. If anything, House Frost and House Stormont have butt heads a few times in minor ways, as the Stormonts are trying to keep a climate balance in the country, and the Frosts stick to themselves and they do what they want, and they kind of dictate the weather and the conditions of like the whole northern tip of the country. And so the Stormonts have had to work around House Frost in the past, which they don't love because they already have such a large task and responsibility. So there's nothing necessarily of no grand battles or great contracts forged between them. House Frost is very much an introvert that House Stormont suffers to be in the room, essentially.
Got it. I'd say
perhaps this was sorry.
Oh no, I was just going to say that. I was just going to reiterate that and say I had half a mind to say that House Stormont could have even been involved. That they set up the whole strange, anomalous storm to have done this, but there has been no past relationship between the Stormonts and the Frost that it would be considered amicable. It's possible, but it would be quite the conspiracy for this to have happened.
Perhaps this is just House Frost taking advantage of the situation?
Much more likely.
You don't think it was just an accident, a coincidence?
Oh, if there's one thing I've learned, there's rarely coincidences. I do like the idea of shoving it in their face, though. Just like putting Dove on display, making her a sterling. There's something romantic about that.
Okay, but how exactly would you suppose to do that? Uncle, we're trying
either
to...
me or Alice would adopt her.
Oh.
Yeah, why not? I don't think Sputnik would, but, me and Alice are nice enough.
Seth.
How old is Dove?
31.
She's an adult. You can't adopt an adult.
Adopt adults.
I'm little. I know I'm little, but I'm
it's
old.
Paperwork.
Right.
It's legal.
Right.
I do have a few connections with a few government officials, but
I'm
there's some risk
certain you
involved.
do, Dominic.
I couldn't pop in. I mean,
Don't
we could see if
worry.
Alice is willing to marry or something.
I don't think any of our parents would allow that. Maybe Dominic.
I don't think so. It's an interesting idea. We can investigate that idea in length. It's just something I kind of threw out there, but.
All right, for the time being, however, Dove, let's keep you a little secret for now. Keep up the ruse that their attempts were successful.
I do also want to put
No,
out
that would not be possible, Eleanor.
Why?
Well, let's just say Emma came along and was looking for Dove here, and Nicholas said that she was busy with some business of his.
I mean, it's not the greatest, it's not the most gentlemanly thing, but we could simply say that he was just trying to get Emma to go away for the time being, or his nerves were fried from the battle or something like that.
Yes, gaslight her.
Yes, well, frankly, gaslighting her is a little lesser of the two evils as opposed
Only
to what
Emma,
with her
so...
doves. I think we've done enough heroics today. We could justify a slight bit of gaslighting to protect Dove's life.
Yes, no, I was not disagreeing.
But I think we might
Eleanor.
keep.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Not Eleanor. I'm sorry. Oliver. You do remember your sister Alice commenting to you that if only Eleanor had some sort of friend that she could attend all of the social gatherings with, perhaps she would be less of a sore tooth about going to said events. If perhaps there's some way to provide a companion or something, in which case she would never be alone and the companion would never be alone. Something Aunt Alice has been throwing around.
Yeah, in this situation, I don't know if that's. I think I want to bring up a point that is sort of boggling me here. Let us say, let's speak hypothetically for a second. Let's say House Frost knew of Dove's being in our home.
They did. I got a letter. They straight up knew. Yeah.
Oh, okay? Well, that confirms it then. They knew you were working for House Sterling. Which means one of two things. It was either happenstance that they happened upon Dove, which I think is maybe not as likely as the fact that Sterling House may have an informant on the inside from House Frost who may have found out about Dove. If they're willing to do all of this nonsense, loan us their boat, and then attack that very boat and attack our entire family to get at Dove, I don't think it's beyond reproach that they might have planted someone in our house to try and find her. So we need to operate under the idea that House Sterling might be compromised to House Frost.
Well, if House Sterling is compromised, wouldn't that have been an easier way of going about things than doing it publicly in front of all of us? And they could have just sent some sort of, shadow in the night.
I'm inclined to agree, but there's a very great difference between an informant and an assassin. One of any of our servants could be an informant. An assassin is a completely different personality.
Informants, I find the practice despicable. I mean, imagine just like having someone on the inside. It's quite childish, I would say.
I also,
Nice,
I mean,
nice
I don't,
metagaming, Milo.
I don't want to brag, but I am also pretty good about being a shadow in the night. So,
Well, I'll
I
take
thought
a
I
look
was doing
into.
pretty good at that.
How about we take a look into the staff, see if we've brought on anyone new as of late who we don't know much about. I'll look into it.
But you're missing an opportunity, Eleanor. If we have someone in the house who's informing for House Frost, and they believe us to be not in the works, well...
Feed them information?
Eleanor, you gotta go out the smart one.
What?
I think one thing is certain. We need to consider House Frost our quiet enemy for the going forward, one way or another. How we go about this? I'm inclined to think that Nicholas should be a part of that conversation. If not, your father, Dominic. I think House Sterling, we need to buckle down and figure out tactics for this. Bring in people we can trust. I might know some people from back in the day that I trust to bring into the household. We need security, especially.
As you all embark on this plan of security, Eleanor, you remember that there is but less than 24 hours before you and your mother leave for the Blue Met estate.
Oh,
And
shit.
Oliver,
I wasn't sure when that was happening.
Oliver, you remember that you just promised your dear nephew Nicholas and potentially maybe your sister-in-law Nicole a trip to the Vault Sky estate.
Mm-hmm. I'll say this, we need to, before these two events happen, we need to have a bit of a inner circle family meeting. And I think there's one thing I can be sure of. Dominic, I mean, no offense, he's your father. I know you love him. Sputnik he's got a noble, he's kind of an idiot.
Incapable. Yeah.
Yes, he's a little incapable. Yes, he will not be as excellent as the next head of the house will be, whoever that ends up being.
I'm glad I am glad that you still have at least someone up for grabs, right? That's beside the point. I'm sorry.
We can speak of this later, Dominic. Yeah. But I have to say, Eleanor, Dove, Dominic, I think Alice, and Nicholas, I think this should be our inner circle. And we should figure out what to do next from there. Have a little family meeting tonight, get all the information out there, figure out what best to do next. Me and Nicholas are to go to House Vault Sky, and they are the great prophets of the lands. We might be able to learn something from them.
Okay. Are you inviting me?
Of course, Dominic. Of course. Or if you had a mind, Dominic, you are the head of the bank. You are the most martially minded out of all of us. You could see to the security of the House Sterling estate now that we are in interesting throes. Of course, any sort of changes to security would need to be subtle. But if you want to come to help Full Sky, I think that would be equally helpful.
I think I'll stay. Keep everything safe and secure.
Understood. And if I might remind everyone in this carriage, it is to my belief that subtlety will be our greatest ally going forth. As far as we know, they think we do not suspect anything. We, in fact, think that they're awesome because we have just won a victory together. Let's keep it that way. We want them to underestimate us. We want them to not suspect us of knowing more than we do. Subtlety.
Also, Uncle, after talking with Dove about everything that just happened, now, Eleanor, please, do not be mad. I think I stabbed Lord Frost with my rapier.
I give Dominic, like, I reach across and I, like, grab his shoulder, make him, like, a little rock, like, ah, that's my nephew.
Why would I be mad? Not my head.
Okay.
Look, Dominic, you look at it this way. You stabbed an unseen assailant of Dove's, correct? If Lord Frost were to reveal what you did, by association, he would reveal what he did. Nothing's going to happen.
In fact, we could use this. Dominic, make a show of it. You saved Dove from the water. She was attacked by the Kelpie and some unknown assailant that was working in league with the Kelpie, and you saved her very courageously, very bravely. It's all already on the beach now. And you managed to stab the attacker. You could even put forth that if anybody could find the wound of similarity as to what your blade stabbed with, that there would be a great reward from House Sterling. Put the pressure on them.
The Sterling men, so brave.
Shouldn't we keep Dove's? Shouldn't we keep Dove's status as if she died?
I'm in favor of anything
yes,
where I'm hidden all the time.
That's true. I would like to say yes, but if we have a potential informant in House Sterling, it's not going to be long until they know that she's alive anyway, so we might as well act as business as usual.
And Dominic,
then I guess
you brought
perhaps
up a good point. Post the attack by the Kelpie, there was the interaction with Emma Parsons, who, if a gossip, is pretty clever. And Nicholas...
Definitely a gossip.
You could pass it off as Nicholas lying to her, but the interaction itself came off extremely confident and very sure that Dove was about business for the Sterling family at that moment. So there's at least one person who possibly has already spread word that Dove was doing something special for the family.
Okay. Well, if it is revealed that she is alive to the public, then I guess we can go with that story.
I think we should. Like I said,
we
probably have an informant in House Sterling. If we act like she's alive and deceive upon that part, they'll find out, and they might suspect we're onto them. So I think we should just behave as business as usual, and Dove may return to her duties as if nothing happened.
This is going to hurt my reputation even further.
Why is that?
Haven't you heard?
Oh, yes, you did very heroically save her.
No, also the whole, you know what, I'm not going to go into it.
Him being with her unchaperoned.
Oh, well, we'll keep that between us all, I think. Why don't we? I don't think that needs to be
If he keeps flaunting it, it's not going to stay between us very long.
No one said I was flaunting it.
At this point, Dove is just gonna...
Yeah, the three of you are all like humans, and then little halfling Dove, the servant, is like in the carriage with the three of you, larger beings.
So I just want to reiterate, and please tell me what I've missed. As far as going forward goes, this is what tactics we should take. Be subtle, and let House Frost continue to believe we do not suspect them, and in fact think them to be close friends of the family after today's victory. So we want subtlety. Let them believe we are good friends. We do not suspect anything. The second is that we should not behave any differently about Dove's status. Business as usual. We'll not pretend that she has died or that we are aware of her association or any past entanglements with House Frost. Business as usual.
Which
I will go to
mean
House
more.
Sky and see if I can learn more. Sorry.
This will mean more attempts on House Sterling by House Frost. They will think they have gotten away with trying, and will try again.
Oh, but to attempt on House Sterling itself is quite bold, I would say. You're right, it is dangerous.
And it is House Frost. If this was their Kelpie, I mean, this was step one. They have dragons at their gates. Like,
they do. We need to acquire allies, I think. Find people who do not agree with House Frost. We might even start with House Stormont, as I have imagined they have need of friends after their little debacle with the storm that happened the other day. Might have pissed off a couple people. They could use a friend right now, no?
I do have a meeting coming up soon with what was their name? I'll have to read the letter again.
The
Bruick.
Bruick, I think it was.
You can't remember your
Perhaps.
own meetings, Dominic.
I have too many. One's on this day, one's on the other. I'm sure you can relate, possibly. I didn't think so.
Oh, but I never forget a meeting.
It's hard to remember just one.
Someone
Children,
to get you like
easy.
a calendar, something like that, a journal, keep track of everything. Anyway, Dove, I think in your best interest that you stay close to one or any of us, as often as possible.
There is the trouble that if we keep her safe and secured by House Sterling walls against what would make sense for her normal behavior, it might let on to House Frost. So as much as I hate to say it, it might be good if she went with you to your appointment, Eleanor.
Oh, she was already going.
Yes, exactly why she should continue to go. I hate to expose you, Dove, but it might expose you and us more if you don't. Plus, you'll be behind the walls of another house. They wouldn't want to incur the wrath, potentially, of another, maybe.
What you all are talking about, let's just be very clear about this, is gathering allies to lead a possible... I don't know what the goal is, to stand up against House Frost over me?
I think it's less that... Dove, this is... not only an attack on you. This is an attack on House Sterling. I'm not saying
if I just disappear, there won't be an attack on House Sterling.
But the attack
damage is done.
would have still happened. You can't put you can't put the sand back in the bottle. All right. This is less about gathering allies to go against House Frost and more about gaining allies in case something else occurs. Perhaps this is just the first step. Now that we potentially know what it is that you were, we all have targets on our back. So are they going to go against House Sterling because of that? Because of what you know? What you, in their mind, have told us?
And Oliver, with your role as far as the history of the house's interactions and how the temperature of how people are feeling about everything, you would know that House Sterling has caused quite the ripple in the traditional template of how things usually go. There are some people, like it seems the Blue Mets, that are very excited for new blood, that think it's adding to the excitement and it's time for a shakeup. There are other families of the nobility that are not happy, or not necessarily supportive of the king's decision to rank up House Sterling. So you would know, with your time in the political sphere, especially higher up in the capital, that if anyone here, there's always the potential with good evidence and with good reason to bring things forward for inspection by the royal courts or the king or queen themselves. But if anyone is at greater risk of ruining their position, it would be House Sterling, as you guys are on fragile foundations in your new position. Whereas House Frost has been secure in the north for many, many generations and weathered all sorts of rumor and intrigue and things. The old families almost have a level of nepotism protecting their place in society. So you would know that going about trying to find people willing to be openly or secretly against one of the 10 now great families would be a very, very risky and dangerous endeavor indeed.
I think Oliver would say all of that. He'd say, we must keep in mind how, as far as the strength and roots and what have you of each of all the 10 families, House Sterling is the weakest. We are newest. People are waiting for us to stumble and make a great mistake. We are vulnerable, and to go down this path is a dangerous one. However, that does not mean we should not allow ourselves to be bullied, even in private. House Frost is well established. They have a great deal, but there has been many tales of knights slaying dragons, despite being smaller and not as prepared and not thousands of years of experience. If we are careful, if we are above all things subtle, subtlety will be our key and our help and our answer here. If we go to those houses and very carefully, do not suggest alliance against House Frost, but very gently suggest alliance and even marriage might help tie bonds to other families and bring them closer to us. We might be able to answer these charges slowly and over time, not immediately, but carefully. We must be measured, we must be patient, and above all, I cannot say it enough, we must be subtle. Because if we go around throwing wild accusations without proof, even with proof, it could mean the end of our house before it's even had a chance to really begun.
Wise counsel.
This will be the great test of House Sterling here. And we will need to stand together if we're going to face it.
You hear that, Eleanor? We have to work together.
You guys can do it.
What do you say?
Oh, I have no problems with working together.
Neither do I.
Excellent. You're such good friends, you two. I open a window.
I throw myself out the window.
No, me first. I'm doing out this thing first.
No.
So, but you can't walk back.
No open window required. Just go through it.
Trundles, yeah. As this carriage trundles along and these conversations are happening, the camera pans back quickly before we end to the beach side, where Nicholas and Lady Emily are standing amidst the crowd, providing a much needed a very grateful distraction from the horror that was just witnessed and from the tragedy that some are experiencing with those that they knew who horribly perished. But the camera doesn't stop on Nicholas. The camera pans over around the bend of the beachside behind an outcropping of thistles and bushes and rocks, where a now dry and very stoic, once again looking Lord Frost is having a conversation with a beautiful blonde woman. And he says, "You taunt me." And she says, "I know not what you mean." And he says, "Don't lie to me, Nicole. You taunt me, and I will not be taunted." And Lady Sterling says, "Whatever happened, whatever there was, it was all in your head. I destroyed whatever it was many, many years ago. And there is nothing to revisit. So your secret communications are falling upon deaf ears." And he says, "I could destroy you just as much as I could destroy myself." And she says, "I have something that gives me the upper hand. Something that you would not want destroyed. For little do you know, you helped save House Sterling." And he squints his eyes and steps dangerously close to her. But she stays put. They are chin to nose. And he says, "What could you possibly have that would hold any weight above me?" And the camera just sees her look over at the throng of people clamoring around. And he follows her gaze, and they watch as Nicholas and Emily smile at each other, and the screen goes black. That is where we will leave off, and we will pick up next week on Wednesday for Chapter 4.
Let's just play sooner.
Yeah, let's just play all week.
Tomorrow?
Yeah.
Y'all good tomorrow?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's
Nope.
do it.
DM is not. DM has some letters to write in response because y'all had these beautiful letters last time. I wish we could play sooner.
God.
Too much to prep,
Oh,
though.
if I could,
too.
just like a quick little thing. I just would want to send, because I was reading about etiquette. I would just want to send like a little, like, not quite a letter of introduction. I think I already did to House Voltsky about how I want to bring Dominic and Nicole and Nicholas. I just want to make sure that that's there and there's an agreement that it's okay if they come. That's all.
Yes, I think you did send that in your letter last time.
Okay, cool. I would add it as Dominic might come, so I would throw that in there too.
Okay. Does anybody
Yeah,
want
everyone
to
read up on your etiquette.
That etiquette book's so great.
It's
love
really
that
good
book.
too.
It's really
I
good.
read like the first like 30 pages. It's really good.
Does anybody want to share any favorite moments that another player did or added to our collective story?
Nicholas stepping up. Nicholas,
Yeah.
Always, he just keeps stepping up. Like
Nicholas
he's
is
already
sassy
like on
era.
like the second floor. He's
oh man,
in that sassy era. I love it.
I loved Latham and Crystal and Eleanor all staring off together.
Yeah,
that was
was
funny. That was really
Just such a beautiful moment.
Or the interactions
great.
with
Ruined
Sputnik.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like it sucks that they're like I guess our enemies now because I like Latham and Crystal.
Hey, they
You're
might be our
telling me.
friends. They might not agree with their
There are
parents.
people on the inside.
Yeah.
They're your
Perhaps.
The friends that your mother wanted you to make. You're like making friends with the weirdos and totally relating with them.
Talking
Pass
about
notes
books
in
the
the
whole
books.
time.
Pass some notes.
Ooh.
Oh yeah, like he's gonna come over. We're gonna look at books together. Maybe he'll bring his sister.
All the demise of his whole house.
He can be a chaperone. We'll make it happen.
Yeah.
We'll make it like all the fish and junk.
I'll
He
chaperone.
is very pretty.
He is pretty.
Well, they're both. Well, she is pretty. Crystal is very pretty. She's just got like.
Okay,
very
Latham
much
is
like-
also pretty.
She's got like the tattoo shop girl vibe, but if all the tattoos and piercings were like made of ice.
Or just. I love it. Hey guys, I'm gonna do great. I may not seem it, but I'm super charismatic. I'm like a
Are you?
chameleon.
Anyone who has to
Yeah,
say they're super
I have a
charismatic.
14 charisma, guys.
Has anyone noticed we have no strong people in our party?
What are you talking about, Dominic?
I've got a 10. No, he's
Dominic's
not. I'm
He's
stronger than
dex-based
Dominic.
fighter.
Yeah.
I'm stronger than Dominic.
Really?
He's a dex-based fighter.
I think it's
I have a 10 strength.
Eleanor is our
Mhm.
strongest person.
It's from all those backhands.
Wait.
or those slap of the
What
head.
is?
No, I
what
hit
is
you open
Dominic's
palm.
strength? It's below 10.
8.
Yeah, he's more of a
Right?
track star.
Yeah.
Damn, you're weaker than I am,
He's
dude.
a runner. He's a track star.
He's a
Yeah.
runner. He's a track star.
Yeah, yeah.
Um,
I got that average strength. It's
I
all the books I
appreciate.
carry.
I appreciate that Dominic and Dove were like full in the water. It made the encounter very just the risk was heightened. So that was very exciting character choices being in the water.
That's cool.
And it gave a
Hey,
nice
yeah,
contrast
I like-
to those who were like having to harmony things on the beach, like Nicholas and Eleanor and
I like
Yeah.
I like how Dove well, let's see. I mean, I like how Brooke used like a feature of hers and then like to create a story element. I thought that was pretty cool. I was terrified for my life to find out that Ellen might die. I mean, not Ellen.
Glenn.
Dove.
Glenn would
Glenn.
would
Glenn.
probably die. So
I was like, oh man, I'm fucked. My
Yeah.
mother's gonna be all over me. Also, Glenn will be dead, which is sad.
yeah.
was
Also
fun.
that.
Hey, Dove. What's your subclass?
I'm
What's
guessing
it called?
Phantom.
It's Death Bond.
Okay,
Oh.
So yeah.
you
So Death
So-
Bond is
wait,
a pre-Phantom homebrew I made for another character in a different campaign.
so the reason
Wait, what?
so this is how I figured it out. Our friends came to visit for my football game, not this past weekend, the weekend before, right? And so we were going over, we're looking over the carousel, and we were looking over the letters, and we were talking, and our friend Pyre had asked, like, oh, what's everyone's like classes and subclass? And I looked and I was like, Death Bond. I was like, I don't recognize that. And he gets this look on his face. He's like, that's my that.
Wait,
that's
really?
the because I have it. It has been shared with me, like through.
Yes.
I was like, oh,
um,
this one rocks. I like this one. I've
That's
never seen
because
that one
it-
before.
That's because Oliver made it.
Thanks. Well, I think it was I think we made it based on when it
Yes.
was a homebrew thing and it wasn't like an official Wizards home class yet.
You
so
can't find it
it's
anywhere.
very similar. but it's different.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
It's really funny.
Well, shoot.
It's yeah, because it's because I share content and like everyone's like a player in like a campaign that I have. We use it for like one shots and I share the content. So it's a homebrew through his, but since I'm connected to it, you get access to it as well.
Shoot.
So it was just really funny. He was like,
sorry. Then I don't know. And thank you.
No, it was just really funny because he got so excited. He's like, "That's mine."
It's so cool.
He's like,
it's
"That
so
was,
cool."
that
And
was Icky's.
I loved that I got to use so many different features of it today. I was like, when am I gonna not be able to breathe? I don't know.
I feel like if I wasn't in that water, my eardrums would pop. From the whale.
Oh yeah.
You were very close. That would have been a lot. I appreciate that
the funny thing about Revive,
Spudnik or Eleanor's mother or anyone interacts with Eleanor, the response is like so realistic and so in character. I just appreciate it. It's like you can tell that there is years of this isn't who I am as a person, but like I've already made decisions in my past that I love my mother too much to try and disappoint her or to try to make it worse, or I've been around my uncle enough that I know the best thing is just to let it go because he'll probably forget in a day anyway or less. So it feels
self-preservation, my guy.
It's really great because I know that it's different from you as a person, which is great because you can see it in your face sometimes. But yeah, the reactions are always really great.
Yeah. I'm like, oh wow.
I wrote down a couple. I liked Oliver being like, they're still young whenever we were focusing on one person and he'd like just saved, I don't know, dozens and dozens of people in one turn.
Focus on killing the thing.
I know.
That was good.
That was fun.
I was like, we kill the thing, then we can save the people.
Nicholas is completely not pointless, but
like nice.
No happy ending love story that happened this.
Yeah, he's just like knight in shining
perfect love story that.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing that I think is going to happen throughout this whole campaign is exactly what happened today. I'm like, I need to kill the thing. I need to like save all the people. I need to investigate the thing that attacked us and all of this. Meanwhile, Nicholas is just like, I'll save it.
You're very precious to me.
You know,
for me,
and it's like I'm trying to do the thing too, but like it's like is saving everyone like more important than like.
I think the funny thing is that like Oliver came back, like the major catalyst for coming back was that he received like a letter on the status of House Sterling, which was like none of the children have married yet after like 2 years since the bag has been put together, and
no one else
like
knows
the head
that
of
you got that letter though.
I know it, but it's just funny because like that's the catalyst. He's like, oh, I better go check. It's probably being overextended, and then this combat's happening where people are flying through the air, and Dominic's drowning with Dove, and Nicholas is like charming a woman he'll never ever marry, and it's like
Nicholas
is
Nicholasing.
The letter was right.
I love
when
how.
When am I supposed to charm people, huh? I gotta save people, Chantry.
Yeah. I love how Oliver gave Dominic like one of those like the coolest heroic speeches, and then I go rushing towards the enemy, and then it's already like fucking like defeated. It's
over immediately.
Nicholas.
I know. He's like, Dominic, you have the strength, you have the courage, and Nicholas is like, hell no, and he just like gets the kill immediately.
It was like so.
And then Dominic.
Climatic for Nicholas, but anticlimactic for Dominic. It was like,
oh my god.
And then later,
I was there too, like, guys. Yeah,
you had to deal with your mother through all of that too. Like, not only were you saving stuff and whatever, you also were fighting your mom.
Yeah,
I love how anytime I love how anytime there's a decision made about like the family or the house, it's Oliver, Eleanor, and Dominic who makes it. And I'm like, I'm the heir over here. God damn it.
Invited you,
Handle all the
buddy. I
details,
invited
okay?
you.
Air.
You
I
have the
bet-
And I also-
babies. We'll sort
I
everything
also
out.
kept Nicole busy so she wasn't in our business.
Nicole,
Just in my
you call your mother by her first name and away from her. You're like,
Nicole.
oh, Nicole was in my room again, bugging me.
Nicole.
You know, she's actually your mom. It's just Sputnik's night.
I love
I
the
think
moment
Nicholas,
that
we're
Oliver was like,
bastards,
"Oh,
buddy."
okay, Dove, bye. What are you doing?" He's like, "What?"
Just getting back in the cold water real quick. No
I know, that was funny. I was like, don't worry, I'll heal you. Oh,
Hey,
That's what
question.
I
all right.
Mhm.
Oh, sorry. Are we starting off the next session? Like when? Are we starting it like a couple days later? Like when?
We are going to start probably. We're probably going to skip forward a day to the morning that
Okay.
that Eleanor and her mother and your ladies' maids are to set off for the Blumet estate.
Okay, cool. Because Dev and I need to have a talk.
We
Who?
can start
Yeah.
the evening before. Why don't we
Oh.
say we'll start the
Yeah, we do.
tomorrow evening? So it's tonight. There's one day, and then it's the day of the Blumet tea party. So why don't we say we'll
The
start
Blue
right
Mets is on
before-
Monday. Blue Mets is Monday, so does that mean Kelpie attack was Saturday? Or Sunday?
Saturday.
I'm not keeping
It was
track of
Saturday.
days. Just
Yeah,
dates.
it was Saturday.
I have a calendar.
Because today's the
Because the first session was on the
18th?
15th in game, and
Uh-huh.
then today in session was the 18th, and the Blumet event is on the 20th. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, I have my letter.
So this was Saturday, what?
The 18th.
The
Thank
August.
you.
I get paid
August-
tomorrow.
20th.
That's why.
The
You
real
almost
important
were
things,
murdered
y'all.
and stuff. It's fine, but you get paid tomorrow.
I can't run away today. I get paid tomorrow. I'll run away tomorrow.
But yeah, we need to have a little chatter.
We need to talk.
chatterooski.
Yeah.
Yep.
We could sit down with Nicholas too, because if we are
Yeah.
creating a little inner circle, it'd be good to let him know. what's
I
going
want
on.
to just talk with Dove, okay?
You and me need to have a girl hangout.
I
Yeah,
love that
it is.
Nicholas is like, Dominic, you cannot be alone with Dove. It starts rumors. 5 minutes later, gets in a carriage with Dove
beat him
after
up
being
next
told
time,
she's
okay?
indecent.
Okay. In my
I'm gonna
defense,
beat him up next time.
all right.
There's
I
no...
was
I have a
You've ruined yourself. You've ruined
valid
her.
explanation. All right.
Honestly, at this point, you should just marry Dove and bring
It-
her into the Sterling family.
Yeah.
No, it also cracked me up because you were like, Nicholas, where are you going? I'm gonna follow you. Wait, never mind. I'm gonna completely abandon that like 2 seconds later because I saw Dev over here. Hang on. Like,
He
just
you're
If I didn't know
Dad.
better.
Dominic. You're obsessed with Dove.
Well,
Okay.
wait, does it
Given
matter
the-
that
She's
they're
old
not
enough to be your
to-
mother.
Given the
doesn't matter that
context,
they're not together, but rumors start over little stuff. You gotta be careful.
yeah, Lady
And
Frost
this has
found
been
us
beaten
hanging
into
out.
Nick's head since he could. Yeah,
It's true. Lady Frost did find you two, hanging
Yeah,
out
good.
on the
make
end of
sure
the dock,
Nicholas understood this.
next to the waves.
You're gonna get a lot of rumors started, Dominic. You're gonna be in the carousel, I think.
They're gonna think you're into
Oh,
halflings,
God.
dude.
The
Chantry, thank you
carousel.
for
That's
letting.
okay.
stop smiling, DM. Okay.
I just want to say, Chantry, thanks for letting Dominic shoot himself out of the water. That was really cool.
Yeah.
That was
I was
cool.
like, the physics of that aren't really sound, but
Magic. It's magic. It's a magical gun.
It
Yeah,
is an
sure.
energy.
Let me have.
Don't overthink it.
Let me have
No.
one.
with physics.
Don't
Eleanor's
overthink
gonna
it.
go home and study what
That's not-
happened and why.
Oh, I studied the physics of the gun. I do all my research on Kelpies. I
Well, Who
Said
else
way
was
too much
surprised that he pulled out a freaking gun?
That was awesome.
Well, it's that
That was
era.
cool.
I think we said that there were going to be guns in this world.
Yeah,
didn't we?
there's flintlocks and stuff. Yeah.
There's definitely
So I was
guns.
like, oh yeah, that makes sense.
Lord Spudnik prefers a gun. Dominic definitely has guns. You know Uncle Oliver uses guns. Lady
always, for fun.
Nicole, your mother has a fancy little handgun that maybe
Jesus.
pops out of her gloves.
Hot.
Dude.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Not as Eleanor, hot as Emily.
There's like a
But,
little prostitute pistol.
But Nicholas, as far as the heir, the magical heir of the family, you have been specifically told to focus on your magical abilities.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to start
Ooh,
preparing more
guys.
damage spells.
My to-do list is getting so long. There's so much to do.
I didn't
I have to
put
buy
that much
Nicole a
on.
fucking gift at some point.
Does the university take sorcerers? Do they teach sorcerers at the university?
Yes,
Teach you all the
but
other
it's,
stuff, right?
it's kind of a special program, you know, like you have to be in an enriched class because they have to deal with you on an individual basis instead of approaching it academically.
Is it
Nicholas goes to
is it-
college.
Oh. They grow so fast.
What were you going to say, Milo?
Okay, so if Nicholas did go to college, he would have to be like in dorms or whatever, or can we just like get you know
We have,
tutors
don't we have a
or like
residence in Donlin?
instructor?
You guys could
Oh,
definitely
we have tutors.
pay for outsourcing out tutors to come to you. Also, the Sterling family, like all the other noble families, has a property in Donlin in the city where Nicholas would not have to stay on the campus. He could just travel to and from so that he could stay in the formal family manor house in the city.
Okay.
I could stay in the dorms.
Also,
Like a normal person.
no, Nicholas, that's out of the question. Stop being ridiculous.
Okay, Nicole.
No.
Okay,
Rich people
Okay,
don't
Nicole.
stay. Rich people don't stay in dorms, Nicholas.
dorms are for poor people.
Dorms are definitely for poor people, even though they're very expensive.
I was gonna say, or for
Poor.
rich people that don't have good taste.
Oh.
Oh.
This is true.
Okay, everyone.
I
Next
tell you
Wednesday-
all
go to the
about
capital
school.
together.
So next Wednesday, just a little heads up,